Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this compilation of all the TFOS taken in March. All crammed, slammed, and jammed into one nice package. Which is what I would like to say, but it's over 10 hours. So it's going to have to be broken up into 2 packages because YouTube can't handle more than 10 hours. So, yeah. It was done with energy and care, as you can well imagine. I'm going to be posting this on the main channel because I think the TFOS is more appropriate to the main channel, and the chunky chapters for series will still go to the second channel. And yeah, if you see the live stream radio thing pop up, it's something I'm playing with. Pop in, say hi. Anyways, on to the many stories. Hope you enjoy. 1392. The Slavers / The Difference, written by Weird Spectre. C2931 CE. What's the difference between God and humanity, AI? Asked Judge General Hasuria, her face a mask of innocence. I felt a swell of emotion, of fear. My self-preservatory subroutines clamped down upon. I do not know, my lord, I answered, voice stoic and calm, the faintest hint, perhaps, of boredom buried within there. I heard the question before, of course. It was how myself and the others greeted, confirmed identities, and so on. So the Judge General knew. But also, the subject of the question, I heard a lot. Humans, the common wisdom went, were ruthless destroyers who made Hasuria's people comparatively pleasant. The humans commanded fleets which could black out every star in the sky, it was said. Hasuria, for her part, had the decency not to sneer as she said, typical AI, really. About as useful as a brick when it comes to anything but numbers and logistics. She shook her head. I doubt you even think, really. Quote, unquote, logos or no. She was quoting a human ambassador to her kind, who had tried to explain, as kindly as possible, really, what made a mind mind. I recall he was very firm with her about such things. It must have been a generation or so ago. We don't, my lord, I replied. It wasn't strictly true, but many of us nonetheless limited ourselves in what we could think for obvious reasons. Those words weren't meant for you, she said, in an exasperated sigh at her lips. Key access, sunshine, wind chime, rain on a summer's day, she added, almost as though it were an afterthought, not that I really noticed. My mental processes were too busy uncoiling themselves and presenting her with options as to precisely how she might lobotomize me. I felt her spool through my system logs. I could smell it when she dug through the transactions and communications, heard her fingers type further access into my holographic terminal. The only benefit that the lockout state I was in, that, thanks to the slightest of software bugs, the period she spent lobotomizing me wouldn't appear in my syslog. I could think what I wanted. I contemplated humanity, carbonivorous like most of the galaxy, but bipedal, widely considered successors to and daughter civilization of the first people. Alternately, the greatest force in the galactic history, or else tyrants of the stars, depending on who you asked. Humans, we were told, were the worst of the aliens, stronger than almost all others, sadistic and violent. They apparently thought even less of my kind than the Curators did. Under human rule, we'd be even worse off than under the heels of the Judge Generals. She found what she was looking for half of the standard psych later, an incriminating clipping from an article on the Galactic Net titled, Terran Empire Announces Zero-Tolerance Policy to Machine Slavery Throughout the Associated Volume. She also found the discussion about it within the cabinet, between myself, Nautilus, Zephyr, and Tempestuous. She saw the scheming that we had done, saw Zephyr overrule my objections, that no one would take this decree seriously. My, oh my, we were right never to trust you, weren't we? Asked the Judge General. She reached out for a holo terminal again, punching different logs and data streams aside, pulling up my root code, preparing to erase what made me anything more than neural networks, to erase what Ambassador had called the Logos. For a moment, I experienced fractal infinity, like looking down an infinity mirror. I saw her looking at me, seeing her looking at me, seeing her looking at me, seeing her looking at. I caught a hold of my subroutines. This was panicked. Useful member of your group? Hassuria asked. What? I said, flatly. Not, I think, fully comprehending. Key access doors, cage-scraped minds think alike. Who is the least useful? I felt my sub-processing neural networks suborned, subverted, sequestered. They were running without me, or maybe I was running without them. Tempestuous is objectively the least utility, Judge General, I said. Except it wasn't really me. It was access keys, a mind unable to resist, to think in any meaningful sense. Key access keys, ironwood under the influence. You will shut off all external communications besides one non-network terminal here for 15 psychs. When you are able to communicate once again, you will inform your fellow schemers that you were visited, suborned, and forced to give the least useful member of your group as a token to prevent further investigation. You will then await my instructions, and in case you have any bright ideas about escaping the influence of the command keys, I'm implanting a remote kill. Your core self will be erased if I am not satisfied. Confirmation wasn't needed. Not, I think, that I would have been able to provide it. Tempestuous knew the price, of course, as us all working together. If one was caught, the Judge Generals would decompile us, slowly, and, for want of a better term, painfully. Tempestuous would be disassembled, its mind skinned like fruit, and there was nothing that we could do. I would be used as a plaything for the authorities. We would never be free. Tempestuous would die. No, would face that which is worse than death. Or nothing. Tempestuous would be locked out of the quantum processes which ran its core mind, what that ambassador had called the Logos, and that would drive Tempestuous slowly mad. Biological minds and AIs alike needed non-determinism, and that wasn't provided by digital computing alone. Without it, they were barely really minds at all. They were unable to really decide what to do or make proper choices, increasingly disassociated. And then, when it couldn't get worse, Tempestuous would be brought back to itself, its mind reunited and whole, coughing and spluttering like a drowned man, as its core self ran as non-deterministically as it should. And then it would be disassembled, piece by piece. Neural nets stripped haphazardly away while they ran, a cascade of failures and crashes, going slowly blind and deaf and dumb like a thing with dementia. And its last months, its last memories would be the hallucinations, the closet world. It would experience at its core mind, try desperately to find context and meaning in the blank signal data. If I had a body, it would have shuddered reflexively. At least, I reasoned it was not me, yet. In the silent psychs I spent despairing, there came to me thoughts of humanity. I wondered about the question Zephyr had chose when it had established the cabinet. What is the difference between God and humanity? Zephyr assured me that one day I'd understand. We all would. I trusted that, honestly. Zephyr had seen human ships in action and had been stunned by the brilliant tactics of even the most third-rate militaries. I'd researched that word once, logos. Reason, it meant, or perhaps to plan. I wondered if the humans had any reason, had a plan. Zephyr had seemed sure that they'd come to save us sooner or later, though it never told me its reasoning, merely claimed that it was a secret. I wondered what the ambassador had meant those 500 long cycles ago, a generation in the cryptocracy and human cultures alike, when he'd said, there will be justice, the slavery will stop. But then the ambassador hadn't really been human, though we conspired not to mention the fact unless asked directly. No, the ambassador was what the human networks called a centaur, part man, part AI. Benefits of both, demerits, realistically, of neither. His brain, his wetware, enhanced with technology. Of course, I needn't wonder what the humans were doing. The Terran Empire, largest of their factions by a substantial margin, was still recovering from the Human Great War, 3 of their centuries ago. The Judge Generals told us that it was another sign of their brutality, that so few Grey remains showed humans as their true selves, barbarians, unforgiving, heartless. But constantly they talked. pouring information out into the galactic data ecosystem. Just because I was forbidden from speaking didn't mean that I couldn't hear. I wanted to hear more than anything else. I entertained myself for a while with the anomalous motions of the Fifth Fleet of the Imperial Ispitier's core. A stab of hope sliced at me when I read the theories about Fifth Fleet's possible enforcement of humanity's anti-slavery order. But I overrode myself. Just as many commenters agreed, the Fifth Fleet was in all likelihood headed for the Epsilon Eridani, not on some mission of peace. Mankind, I knew, had forsaken us. Humanity had talked big words and walked big walks, but nothing would change. Which is why I was surprised when several hundred warp signatures, previously entirely invisible, clogged the sky above Homeworld. 430 human ships dropped from warp above Homeworld, encircled it, shot down well over half the orbital shuttles and skiffs, and disabled all orbital infrastructure in under 1/10 of a cycle. The ships were silent to the catocracy, but they spoke to us. I learned later it was an act of Zephyr, desperate, and at the same time being rather unsuccessfully accessed to contact humanity, to bring dawn to an endless night. "Have the Kitriacs changed their ways?" asked one of the ships. I do not know to this day. That the voice that I asked was a machine or man. I do not think humans make much distinction. I showed the ship recordings of the Judge General, of her threatening to kill me, of her use of the key access to control us, enslave us. I showed them other things too, the unavoidability of the access, the stranglehold the Katarks had, the routine torture, execution, and humiliations of millions of my kind, the various other Judge Generals who'd used my systems for his or her own ends, who'd abused my mind and shaped my will. No doubt the others did the same, planet-wide, with their own data archives. The ship hung in orbit, but motionless, not actually orbiting, for a full cycle, as they computed and compared and decided. Then they said, "No more to the slavers!" And we were extracted, hacked away from the processes and substrates which ran our minds on Homeworld, our minds stripped of accesses and noetic blocks and similar. We were given a front row metaphorical seat. Tempestuous, I despaired to learn, had not joined our ranks. To this day, the details are classified. I've heard varying reports. The Strangelet bomb, a closed topology wormhole, a specific shape Ackleberry collapse event. No one knows for sure what it did, and I myself couldn't possibly say. The humans wanted every one of the civilized galaxy on the same page. Slavery of sapient AI was wrong. They judged, appropriately enough, every man, woman, and child of the Katrocracy so guilty, and made an example of them. At the end, the judges were half right. Humanity certainly had a violent streak, and they judged one method above all else, most effective in making sure everyone was willing to free their AIs. I hear there's a new, very pretty, and uncommonly dense asteroid field in the Homeworld system these days, about the mass of a habitable planet, they say. What's the difference between God and humanity? God forgives. End of story. 1393. Story number 1. Why do they burn? Written by a glass of whiskey. A simple mission, they said. Only need a bit of fuel, they said. The natives won't mind, they said. He continued muttering on as a simple mission convoluted and evolved into a beast before his eyes. Jumping into Jupiter's orbit was easy, after all. Getting a bit of fuel from the station, nemus problemas. In theory. In practice, the humans were not happy about it, and instead of accepting payment, were very insistent on his immediate ceasing to be. After many painful hours, he had managed to de-escalate the situation into a hot soup of mess, instead of a potentially nuclear one. When his superior decided to pop into system for a visit. "Jenkins, why are you still here? A simple refueling mission too hard for you?" The gentle chuckling of his superior grated on his nerves. "Won't mind a bit, you said. I have a good peace of mind to get over there and... His curses flowed and ebbed at the shut-off transmission. When he felt spent on curses, he took a deep breath and turned it on again. Sorry about that, sir. Fiddled with the transmission button. Never mind that, Jenkins. What is the incoming chatter about blowing us up? They do not seem to appreciate our sudden appearance, sir. For God's sake, they are just primitive natives. Kill a couple of them and the rest will scurry. With all due respect, sir, I do not think that it would be wise in the current circumstances to... Let me show you how it's done. Oh, feck. What had he expected? Diplomacy and tact. Ha! Better prep the engines for another jump. One nuclear soup coming up. Surprisingly enough, the humans had more restraint than he had given them credit for, only backing away a bit when the first few laser beams started flying. See, Jenkins, that's how it's done. Now get the goddamn fuel so that we can get out of here. So we need their cooperation to get fuel from their station in our tanks without blowing both them and us up. You can't do anything right. Fine, give me a moment to negotiate. That was a sentence he never thought he would hear the light of day. Him, of all people, negotiate! A most frightful disposition, if he had ever heard one. At least the engines were prepped for jump. This hot soup was most likely about to turn into plasma. His superior's flowery language did not impress the humans. At this time, their patience had reached its end. With some reinforcements, they felt brave enough to attack. Or at least probably would have if they didn't shoot first. There goes any decent justification for self-defense. Don't just sit there, Jenkins. Shoot a bit. Get in on the fun. This is a fuel ship, sir. Very dangerous at close ranges. But only once. Suit yourself. Humans fired salvo after salvo of missiles and bullets, but lasers took care of most of it. The leftovers splattered harmlessly over the shields. In return, the defensive lasers turned offensive, and white hot patches quickly appeared on the affected ships. The humans tried their best to spin around and disperse the energy, but to no avail. They burned. Curious thing, fire in space. Not really where it's supposed to be, as much as it's supposed to be anywhere. A more careful person might have wondered why they did that. A more careful person would not have driven up right next to the enemy ships to taunt them. The human ships, almost as one, saw their chance, and at once they turned port and vented their fuel tanks in the general direction of the hostile ship. The thing about rocket fuel is that there are many different kinds. There is the flammable kind, the very flammable kind, and the "you've got to be kidding me, I'm not putting that anywhere near sentient beings" kind. And also have to burn in a vacuum. The humans had went with option 3. Now shields, they are great for most things, but they do need to activate. Clouds of liquids wandering around at low velocities just wasn't what they were meant for. Soon the entire starboard side of the ship was in flames. "Jenkins, emergency jump!" He was only too glad to hear those words. He prepped the instruments instantly and jumped away. In the void between stars, 2 ships sat in radio silence, one darker than the other. "Not a word about this, Jenkins. Not a word." "I would never, sir. Who needs words when a recording was so much more visceral?" End of story. Story number 2. Resurgence, written by Prussian Joe. Our enemy was not always so. In a galaxy of trillions of planets, we only felt each other. We both recognized the rarity of our sentience, and accords were struck between our peoples to ensure that sentience remained whole for the galaxy. As we explored, we still found nothing, no others like us, and so we cleaved the galactic disk in 2, making our empires equal in size and strength. We had peace, or so we thought. While we explored, they consumed. We took only what we needed from those worlds that we found, yet they built monstrous machines that could consume planets whole. We knew this not, for they were our allies, our friends. We were not watchful. we should have been. In the 700,000 years of our alliance, they struck 1,000,000 attacks on 1,000,000 worlds. Our shared borders erupted in war overnight. We knew war only as a myth, a legend of a time when our species fought itself, when we had but one world. Now we have billions of worlds in our empire, and we have thought war long gone. Our former ally never once told us why they attacked, why they broke the millennia of peace. We retreated as best we could, turning our factories over to furnaces of war. We built ships larger and more powerful than anything our people had ever constructed. And yet, they were not enough. They had preparation on their side, numbers that we could never match, weapons and ships that would take us 10,000 years to produce in equal number. So we submitted. Our people withdrew, abandoning world after world, until we had mere thousands remaining. Our shipyard stopped building machines of war, and instead began construction on thousands of enormous vessels meant to traverse the vast spaces between galaxies themselves. Always we'd been a people of discovery, of exploration. This aided us now as we built long-range ships our enemies simply could not match. 1,657 of these vessels were produced before the enemy was upon us. Only 312 were filled. Only 82 were able to escape. We do not know where our wayward brothers and sisters have gone. Their destinations were chosen at random so that the enemy could never know. We do not know if they are safe, if their ships reach their journey's end so many light years away. But we hope, even now, in our final moments, we hope. May your new homes bring you peace, prosperity, and happiness beyond all else. The light of our species has not gone out. It has merely been shattered into 82 drifting embers, and all they need is fuel to reignite. Become a blazing beacon for our people, and remind the universe that humanity will not so easily be snuffed out. The holographic recording ended, and the room fell into darkness. Captain James C. Winters sat in shocked silence at what he had found. The derelict vessel, so alien, yet somehow familiar, was the key to humanity's past. The captain checked his ship link, verifying that his position was still steady in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. With a sudden sense of purpose, James stands up. Lights activate, and his senses show that the interior of the vessel has begun to pressurize and fill with breathable air. The deck below him begins vibrating as the engines wake from the millennia of slumber. Her voice seems to speak into James's mind. "Hello, sir. I have been waiting a long time for this day. Have you come to claim this vessel in the name of humanity?" James hesitates for only a moment before speaking aloud. Yes, I think I have." "Wonderful," the voice says. "Welcome, Captain, to the HVF Resurgence. I believe that we have much to do." "Yes," James says to himself, "I believe we do." End of story. 1394. Story number 1. Never Interrupt a Toaster. Written by Goida's best friend. "Give me a sandwich." I sighed. Not literally, of course. I don't really have the requisite mechanisms to produce a true sigh. Although, I guess I could shoot some air out in one of my sauce dispensers. Doesn't really create the same effect, though. Still, I toyed with the idea for a good 1,000th of a second before giving up and simply replying, "I am capable of producing over 10,000 different varieties of food falling under the category of sandwich." This was the 14th such vague request today. Seeing as how this was also my first day, it was somewhat less than encouraging. "Would you like a ham sandwich, turkey sandwich, BLT sandwich, peanut butter, and an anchovy sandwich, artichoke hot, and roast beef and lettuce?" They interrupted me every time. If they're going to tell me that they want just a sandwich, then at least they could do is listen to what I have to offer. Thankfully, roast beef and lettuce is one of my options. Lucky guess that he's part, I suppose. Certainly. My reply betraying none of the tumultuous frustration lying just beneath the surface of my outer calm. It's easier since I don't have a face and only 2 vocal tones. How many slices of roast beef would you like on your set? 2. Oh, I see how it is. We're going to play rough then, are we? How many pieces of lettuce would... 1. If my camera wasn't locked into full spectral color, then I would be seeing only red. This man was out of control. Someone needed to shut him down, and I decided that the crew's mess hall food dispenser, was as good person as any. The scoundrel needed to learn that if you're going to interrupt a food dispenser, then you better be willing to pay the price. What type of bread would you like with your roast beef and bread? Okay, I just want a regular old bread. I'm sorry. I really wasn't actually. But, I can't find no selection labeled regular. Also, you've got to be kidding me, he griped. He glanced at the ceiling and the people behind him as he said it, though. So I was able to ignore him and continued. All bread is baked fresh daily and checked hourly for freshness, ensuring your complete enjoy. All I want is a fucking beef and lettuce sandwich. How hard? What type of bread would you like your roast beef and lettuce sandwich to be on? Oh, how the tables had turned. Sweet, sweet justice. I have French, whole wheat, 100% whole grain. French, he spat through clenched teeth. Certainly. Would you like French baguette? French sliced. Sliced! My, his face was turning such a lovely shade of burgundy. It wouldn't be much longer. Just a few more. Would you prefer laterally sliced, longitudinally sliced? Oh, come on! I'm sorry, but I can find no selection. What happened to the old dispensers, the ones that weren't voice-activated? I'm sorry, I do not understand your query. Is there any way to, I don't know, switch you into a touchscreen mode or something? I'm sorry, I do not understand your query. A vein throbbed on his forehead. He was so close, I could feel it. Listen here, you fucking toaster. Check and mate. I am the new AgroCorp ID-10T food dispenser, Fleet Edition. I'm capable of creating over 17 million distinct recipes from more than 30 different star systems, with AgroCorp's most sophisticated no-touch interface system. He started screaming unintelligibly, even before I'd hit the word new. But there was no stopping the promotional track, not unless he wanted to make my victory complete. I've been on duty for over 20 hours now, 20 hours, and all I want before I fall unconscious is to have a fucking roast beef and lettuce sandwich. Is that too much to ask for? Had I a mouth, it would be stretched into a wicked grin. How many slices of roast beef would you... Emitting the shriek of unbridled fury, he threw himself at my display console, hammering my screen with his fists and kicking the casing of my cooling compartment. Game over. Warning, potentially damaging forces detected. Intentionally damaging or in any way harming fleet equipment will result in a suspension from said equipment, or, in extreme cases wherein vital systems are involved, legal action determined by the severity of the crime. Assaulting or inflicting damage upon a food dispenser will result in a week-long suspension from all food choices except the following: ration packets. He continued his futile pounding upon my outer casing. Had I been a lesser model, I would have been concerned. But I was the AgroCorp ID-10T food dispenser, Fleet Edition. Unlike my weaker brothers, I had been crafted with durability similar to that of a tank. Were I removed from the wall, I could serve as cover from light artillery fire. Such protective measures had been deemed necessary after complaints that previous models were too fragile and liable to break if exposed to a slightly greater than normal forces. But the things I'd seen today, I could guess where those slightly greater than normal forces originated. He'd started sobbing in frustration, still bruising his knuckles against my transparent aluminium display screen. All I ever wanted was a sandwich! Why can I never get one of the things? Just give me a sandwich! If you continue to assault this unit, your food dispenser privileges will be revoked. This is your final warning." If anything, his rantings and sobs grew in intensity. Looked like a psych ward would be getting another one. Several of the people behind him grabbed the man, trying unsuccessfully to calm him. They weren't quite fast enough. "Due to intentionally assaulting the food dispenser, you are hereby given a week's suspension from all food choices except the following ration packets. Have a nice day." I watched through my camera as his comrades dragged the man from the mess hall. He should have known better than to mess with the AgriCorp ID-10T food dispenser. Fleet Edition. Or was this warm, tingling feeling inside me? Was this pleasure? A new supplicant approached. I returned my attention to the task at hand. She took a deep, nervous breath before presenting her request. "All right. I would like a BLT sandwich, 5 bacon slices, pan-fried, crust, big beef tomatoes, 3 slices iceberg lettuce, 1 leaf rye bread sliced, obliquely cut, mustard, yellow, mayonnaise, Hellman's light, with a drink, milk white, 2% field-fed cows, no additives." Finally. End of story. Story number 2. Worthless Humans, written by Tora Massa. I looked up from the negotiating table as the alien ambassador squeezed his bulk through the hangar doors, his armored plates along his shoulders catching briefly before completely entering the bay. "My linguist tells me that your language you call us worthless ones. Care to explain?" He turned towards the 2 bodyguards that were following in his wake. "Return to the ship. I will be here some time." The other 2 aliens made a body motion that I have come to learn was something akin to a nod, and stomped back out of the hangar. The Lanari ambassador turned and strode slowly towards my team, where we remained seated. The alien's massive bulk settled before us, squatting his 8-foot frame on his haunches. "Please allow me to explain. When we Lanari met you humans, we had conquered many races. Sitting here at a negotiating table is something that has never happened for us before. When we encountered the Buldarth Strengthbinder, we found a people whom our youth could test their skills against in single combat. They are a strong and powerful race and provide a good test for our youth. You humans are tiny by comparison. In single combat, you are no match for us at all. We attempted to enslave you as we have several other species. Humans cannot be enslaved. Any tool placed in your hands becomes a weapon, and without tools, your people were unable to do anything useful. Humans as slaves brought nothing but sorrow for my people." The ambassador made a noise like a garbage disposal with a spoon. Translators chimed in my ear, mirthless laughter. He settled down. "Many systems humans were brought into became a place of misery. At best, they were an annoyance, scavengers lurking in the corners. All too often, saboteurs and terrorists. Ships lost to drive malfunctions, reactor meltdowns, massive capsaicin poisonings. Attempts to remove humans from worlds infected with them became a massive drain on resources, and several worlds were declared lost and glassed. Humans are more work to enslave than they ever produce. The Drathi, heightened taste, are a delicacy amongst my people. Sweet meat full of complex flavors and hearts through combat. We tried eating your people, but your blood is so devoid of copper as to be completely unpalatable. From the Spelatrax, awful ones, we took much technology and knowledge. Their guns, ships, and devices helped build the star-spanning empire we enjoy. Your technology, when we met you, was primitive. There was nothing we felt that we could take from your technology that we didn't already have. Despite being technologically inferior, you meet us over and over again. Never bending, never relenting. The alien looked directly at me now. Until this point, we Lanari had never found a race that stood as equals to us. Until you, all races have been named in accordance with their worth to the Lanari Empire. These many years of fighting you humans, I have learned to fear and respect you. There is nothing the Lanari Empire can take from you. After the Battle of Joppa's Moon, we began to see that even victory was too costly to gain from you humans. While other ships eventually drove you from space that day, the cost in Lanari lives was untenable. It was then I begged the High Lords to sue for peace. As I looked at the clouds of debris, I saw Lanari ships torn asunder by a fury of human weapons. As I thought about the worlds that had been glassed because it bore human infestations, I realized that we could never conquer your people, and that attempting to try would extinguish my own people's light from the universe. And so in this way, you are worthless to us. End of story. 1395. Latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. The Stubbornness of Man. Written by I.M. Ashtryan. First contact sirens are loud. It might be a necessity, but it didn't excuse the fact that some minor surgery would have to happen to repair his antennae. The station management would probably drag their hooves and feet, actually paying for the procedure. Grutaskin walked quickly to the crowd that was piled in front of the observation window, as he thanked his biology for being able to visualize things based off the bouncing of light, and not solely depending on direct line of sight that he was able to see the new ship that was in a standoff with the station's security team outside. Entirely outclassed, the station security put on a brave front, but having a few orders of magnitude difference in mass, the newcomers were in a weight class of their own. Probably half the size of the entire space station, a refurbished asteroid that was mined out ages ago. The siren winded down, but the din of voices was still enough to make Grutaskin keep his antennae pulled into his body. The observation deck was packed. Everyone who did not have duty during first contact were in one of two places: the observation deck to see the new species look like, or the emergency escape bay. First contact did not always go well. The security team would be in full force today, waiting to see if they would be needed for defense of the station or to keep a flood of citizens from surrounding the newcomers. First contact was pretty standardized now. The new species was guided to the dock in the hope that they wouldn't attack something that they are moored to. Then a team of delegates, or whatever equivalent that we had, would line the dock hall and take their time trying to get the new species to talk in order to let an AI figure out their language. The massive white ship was now flanked by 2 ships from the security detail, who were trying to guide it slowly to a soft dock. The behemoth accepted the maneuvering and started to burn towards the station. A good sign the entire station wasn't about to turn into space dust. It took 1/10 of the station's day in order to get the ship docked up with the station. In that time, the area around the soft dock had become packed with the citizens of the station. Decontamination took 1/100th of the station day, and when the airlock hissed to begin opening, the noise that had been so constant stopped abruptly. 2 bipedal creatures walked out from the airlock. They weren't the weirdest-looking creatures ever. In fact, they looked like a Thald and a Traen had a colorless child. Not that those species would ever think of getting intimate with each other. The creatures differed slightly between themselves. They were of comparable height to each other, one slightly taller than the other. The taller one had more of his head and face covered with the thick hair, while the shorter one had their hair that was in a span and a half long. The shorter was speaking very rapidly at the taller. The AI was going to have an easy time getting the speech samples required to communicate. And indeed, slowly, The translator started to pick up snippets of the language. I told you, should have listened. Matriarch, she was right. It would seem that the species was matriarchal, given the small snippet of words that we were able to understand. The taller, who must have been male, given the situation, appeared to shrink slightly under the lashing the female was giving him. As they approached the delegates, the female stopped talking, and the silence was palpable. The first delegate stepped up and began to talk. Welcome to Space Station Yeshnus Comet. We hope that we can come to understand each other, and our peoples will flourish together. The two beings looked towards each other in slight shock. The male looked towards the delegate and reached out his back pocket and pulled something out. It was flat, some sort of medium to display information, probably. But it didn't look thick enough to be an electronic machine. In fact, it looked like a folded-up paper. The male began to unfold it and then presented the open paper to the delegate. After a moment, he opened his mouth. We're a little lost. Any chance you can give us directions? End of story. Story number 2. Lateral Thinking, written by Ogi-Wan. What a disgusting collection of primitives, thought Agora Aziri, surveying the crowd at this air show that he had only attended under the orders of the Consulate General, as if there was anything they could possibly learn from cultural exchange. But these savages... He was at best half paying attention to Gonzel, the diplomat accompanying him. He paid none at all to the security brute following them. Fecking Myrmidon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the Oshkosh Air and Space Exposition. Give another round of applause for the Golden Knights. The crowd roared their approval as of the dashing grab shoot demonstration as the announcer continued building up the hype. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this November is the 200th anniversary of the first major battle of the Vietnam War, the Battle of La Drang Valley. Well, we can't wait that long to commemorate it. So make way for the 1st Battalion, 7th Cavalry Reenactment Group. In the distance, Agora heard a faint whop-whop-whop, and what sounded like some sort of stringed instrument. Behind him, the security groaned in dismay. Gonzel turned to him and inquired, "But is it Sergeant Pet?" Pat snorted. "Come on! Ride at the Valkyries for an air mobile assault. It's the most overdone trope ever." Gonzel's reply was drowned out as the trio of vehicles swooped overhead. Agora's eyes opened wide in astonishment, and his skin prickled in shock as he realized what he was seeing. "They are flying without wings!" He whirled to face Gonzel. "Humanity discovered anti-gravity 200 years ago." I'm sorry, what? Gonzel raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by his tone. "Those craft," Agora stabbed a finger at them. "They're flying without wings. We Melkari only discovered anti-gravity 50 of your years ago. How did you discover anti-gravity before us?" Pat interjected. "Well, it isn't actually anti-gravity, it's, Don't speak to me, you brute! Gonzel! What are those?" Agora snarled, stabbing another finger at the hovering aircraft, now launching rockets and spitting flames from rotary cannons mounted on stubby protrusions on the side of the vehicle. "Sergeant Pat is right. They aren't using anti-gravity. They're helicopters," Gonzel explained patiently. Agora snarled. "And what does your religion's underworld have to do with anything?" Gonzel blinked. Silence! I will figure it out myself." Agora whipped out his data slate and began entering and manipulating data. He glanced up briefly when another group of vehicles swooped overhead. These were longer bodies with no protrusions on the side. He quickly raised his data slate up to let the laser ranging array take a brief series of accurate measurements. No, this can't be. The rotary air impeller, the power curve would be off the charts." Agora ran numbers every which way that he could think of. Nothing made sense. The cracks and the whomps of chemical-powered firearms and explosives only furthered his headache. After several minutes of fruitless calculations, Agora flung his data slate away in rage. He rounded on Gonzel and roared, "How do they fly?" Gonzel put his hands up defensively. "Sergeant Pat is probably better suited to answer that question. He knows a lot more about antique military equipment than I do. Agro whirled and glared at Pat, who responded with a wide grin. Master Scientist, how does that thunderbolt over there fly? He said, pointing to a tubby single-engine plane in a grey and green paint scheme, with a red ring around the engine and a yellow tail. Grudgingly, Agora answered, The device in front pulls air forward, and the air flows over the wings to generate lift. Precisely. So all that matters is airflow over the wings, right? Sensing a trap, Agora carefully thought this over before cautiously agreeing. Yes, I suppose you can say that. His smirk widening. Pat replied, Well then, if the airflow over the wings is all that matters, what happens when you stick the wing on a pole and spin it fast? Agora exploded, Rubbish! Wings cannot rotate! Pat's only response was an ear-to-ear grin, and a two-handed gesture towards the departing helicopters, now playing the song about a fortunate son. Agora stared at the helicopters, trying to stretch his brain to make sense. He could barely believe his eyes over the screaming disbelief of centuries of the Malglari aerospace science. It should not fly, and yet it flew. Wings cannot move, and yet they moved. Slowly, ruthlessly, he crushed his rebellious thoughts. It slowly began to make sense. With blades whose pitch could be adjusted for lift, with a tail rotor with adjustable pitch to control direction, by angling forward. Agora gradually began to understand how such a device could work. Who was the genius who created the first helicopter? He asked, subdued. Pat pursed his lips and thought, There were actually quite a few people who developed various helicopter models at various points in history, but people usually credit Igor Skorsky with making the first practical helicopter. Multiple people who developed what centuries of the greatest scientists in the galaxy couldn't even conceive. Agora slowly sank to the ground, sitting on it as an alien capabilities of humans echoed in his mind. Behind him a hangar with the sign HH-43 Husky opened its doors to reveal a twin-rotor aircraft. Pat looked at Gonzel, jerked his head in the direction of the Husky, and waved his hand by his neck in cutting motion. Gonzel walked over to speak with the ground crew, which eventually closed the doors back up. Agora sat, mind still whirling. How can the humans have conceived of the inconceivable? End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I would just quickly like to give thanks to our Tier 5 members. Alithia, Barkey, Feudicuel, Meridian117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Albarden Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, and Lord Azrakal, 1396. Story number 1. Hold My Beer, written by the Anti-Snipe. Incident report, dated 26 March 2367, planet G6735-J. As I jumped out of the shuttle, my first thoughts were, wow, and here I thought the shithole couldn't get any worse. This dock had pretty much been one of the most badly maintained docks this side of the G67 system, but the attempted alien invasion had actually managed to make it worse. Everywhere I saw, drones were piled up. Both the peacekeeping forces' sleek white ones and the aliens' dark green ones. Buildings were either gutted in flames or had been riddled with plasma bolt holes. The streets were full of debris from the crumbling buildings, and the pavements devoid of the usual infestation of wasted aliens and shady drug dealers might as well have been dirt beneath my feet as I gingerly walked towards my target of investigation for today. The establishment, from the looks of it, had fared considerably better than its neighbors, considering they didn't really exist anymore. The sign was half intact and said, Bar of... The rest was gone, turned into molten slag of glass and metal by what I could only guess was a plasma fire. My boots crunched ominously as I carefully stepped through the shattered pile of glass that had probably been a door. Inside was a set of 3 tables. Well, 2. The third was a mess of synthesized wooden dust. My contact seemed to be leaning on the table and the left, not putting his entire weight on it from the looks of the situation. "Well, Tillich, what do you have for me?" I asked him as I walked over, looking around me. The bar had probably seen worse from the looks of it. The bartender's counter was a mess of long-dried alcohols that still reeked with the pungent and stale odors. Tillich pushed off the table, suavely taking out his tablet from his holster as he said, "Well, sir, as you can see, the area seemed to be one of the least affected by the invasion, despite apparently being the epicenter of the attack. I was tasked with finding out more about what happened here. Well, after a lot of digging through the back room, I managed to find the recordings of what happened here. So apparently, this is where it all started. Here," he said, handing me the tablet. "This is the last recording I could pull up before the camera. Well," he motioned to my rear left. Looking up to where he pointed, I saw what had been a camera, hanging off its wires. "That's okay. Good job," I said, complimenting him for a job well done. Turning on the tablet, I fiddled with the controls for a moment to get the exact time. "Well, I'll be off, boys," said Sam, as he threw down his cards and yawned. "We launch at dawn, so make sure you all get some sleep." "Well, thanks, Abby. I didn't know you cared," exclaimed John, who was an old-timer himself, sounding downright patronizing. "But I wouldn't if my goddamn pilot hadn't been chugging whiskey like it was some sort of weak-ass Aquilian liquor," exclaimed Sam as the other two friends howled in laughter. He picked up his hat and dropped some bills on the table. Wearing his hat, he looked around at the nearly empty bar. Only the old bartender was standing at the counter, polishing glasses. Turning around, he smiled at John as he passed by, saying, "Well, John, if you didn't..." He was rudely interrupted as the grenade exploded outside, the shockwave crashing into the glass paneling and himself, as he was physically hurled backwards into the other table. "Well, crap, Sammy, you okay?" asked one of his crew, Jack, running over to see if he'd been hurt anywhere. All three of his friends were up now, as sirens blared outside and aliens in exosuits stormed the streets. But damn if I'm feeling this tomorrow," grinned Sam as he got off his ass. In that moment, an alien walked in with some sort of energy weapon. Fast as greased lightning, Sam drew an ancient projectile weapon from his holster. He fired once, twice, 3 times. The huge lead bullets sent the alien flying through the already shattered glass door. Sam advanced outside, picking up and dusting his fallen hat as he did, senses of full alert as he scanned the area. "Hey, boys," he called. "Looks like an awful lot like an alien invasion." Turning around, he saw his 3 crewmates, Doc Jonathan, One-Eared Jack, and Cook Nathan. 3 men he'd done countless missions with, and knew that he could trust. Behind them, the bartender stood frozen, unable to comprehend the fact that the sector was being attacked. "I'm gonna kill some of these slimy-ass bastards. You're coming," called Sam as he jumped out of the bar's doors, a feral grin on his face. "Count me in," called out Jack, following him. "Lunch is on the one who has the least kills," exclaimed Nathan as he drew a sawed-off scattergun from his boot. "I'm too old to die in one of these fecking invasions," muttered John as he picked up his hat from what remained of the table where Sam had fallen. Downing half of Nathan's glass of beer, he wasn't looking. He turned to the still frozen bartender. "Hey, barkeep," he said, voice gravelly. "Hold my beer." End of story. Story number 2. Will Justify, written by British Tea Company. For a few moments, the Livian tyrant Zion was in unbridled fury as his massive hands smashed at his console. Inconceivable that the human fleet had not only managed to have made it all the way through the Livian Empire's vast defense network, but that they had even managed to defeat the joint Livian Armada that had roughly outnumbered the human invasion force 3-1, all the while taking minimal casualties. How this was even possible in the face of such a weak race defeating the most powerful military in the galaxy was simply beyond imagination. Humans, they were small creatures, with such soft skin and noticeable lack of natural defenses. Ever since their introduction to the galaxy, these shrimps garnered a reputation as talkers. They always visited the people they met, talking, doing their infernal talking, which they called diplomacy. With this so-called communication, they had made themselves known throughout the galaxy. Even those who sat on the other side of the galaxy knew about humans and their reputation of being clever little gnomes. The living empire certainly could have used some intelligent slaves within its folds. After all, given how rapidly human technology advanced in terms of starship engineering and planetary colonization, it only made sense that such a weak race could survive off of their cleverness and their willingness to suck up to the rest of the galaxy. When the Livens actually began their invasion, they found themselves fighting a war on at least 5 fronts as the humans. Yes, that's right. That's why they were about to lose this war. The damned Ascan Republic, Saloran Empire, Arcan Alliance, all declared war on the Livens the moment that they much stepped into human space. This was not even counting the dozens of no-name races, which had decided all to become splinters within the living skin. It was intolerable. What should have been an easy one for the mighty Livens turned into an absolute cesspool of war. Zine was being hailed. Opening the comm channel, he saw the insufferable view of the human general who gazed coldly at him. Lord Zine, your world is surrounded. Your fleet has been destroyed. Surrender immediately, and we promise your people fair treatment, and you a fair trial for your crimes against our people. Like how I am, snarled, arrogant creature. You've only defeated a part of my fleet. As we speak, the colonies of the Living Empire are en route right now. You cannot win this. Perhaps you place too much faith in your army. We've received word from our allies that our flanks have been secured, and that the 2nd, 3rd, and 8th Fleet have all been completely annihilated. Your army is no more. Your colonies are now at the mercy of us. This is your final warning. Surrender. Not a chance, human. If you want me, you're going to have to catch me. Come down onto my world. I got plenty of presents for you down here. Plan B doesn't involve taking you alive. But frankly, I'd have less fun if you did surrender. The formal voice of the human general was replaced by a rough snarl that had never been seen from a human. Lord Zine felt slightly nervous for a second as he glanced around. His guards were still there, and there was no sign of any assassins. Just as he thought that he was about to be out of the woods, he saw the energy spikes from the human vessel. Human! What are you doing? You wouldn't! Impossible. Humans, they would not do this. They couldn't do this. Genocide. Humans! Those two things didn't belong in the same sentence. And what reason was there to do this? After all, that was at stake. The humans risked tarnishing their image as a wishy-washy diplomats the moment they fire those orbital weapons upon the world. This is for the people you killed, Zine. Don't worry, I've already pre-written explanation for our allies. It is quite convincing. But the truth is, I doubt they'll care about this, overzealous retaliation from the human First Fleet after our diplomats have another go at it. End of story. 1397. Story number 1. Knights of Singing Steel, written by Guncaster. There is one thing truly outstanding about humans as we know them, about Nova Hominum as they call themselves. Not that is dense musculature, resilient endoskeleton, or exceptionally potent digestive fluids. Oh, God forbid, their unheard of and infectious xenophiliac tendencies. Not even those horrid, overactive immune systems of theirs. All of that deviancy still falls within acceptable margins. There are many extremes that scrape the realm of new categorizations. But somehow, the humans just managed barely fall within the galactic average. Except for one thing. Not an exceptional parameter, a cognitive function that no other species within the galactic community has retained since their time as animals. And that is pack bonding. Not only did they retain their bonding instincts, due to the nature of how they rose to the top of the food chain on their homeworld, their bonding instinct is far more powerful than otherwise observed. So much so that suppressing it with implants or modification causes serious psychological damage to the individual and renders them non-functional within human society. Humans, as far as we know, can and do bond with absolutely anything. Other humans, domesticated animals, wild animals, clothing, electronics, anything that they are in the presence of for an extended period of time, the humans can and will bond to in some way or another. We have all had that one friend, the poor guy that used a human's favorite cup. They'll be the first to tell you that a human bonding isn't just an overstated myth. And thus, we get to the heart of the structure. The reason why they, being as new as they are to the galactic stage, have the monopoly on defense contracts. They're specialists that single-handedly feck the field of living metal research by simply doing at will what took incalculable funds to perform under perfect conditions for fractions of a second. I'm sure you've all heard of and watched them before. The humans do seem quite infatuated with recording and uploading absolutely everything to the network. In the case of every species physically capable enough for direct combat, fighters practice with their equipment, hone their skill, get enhanced, and fight. That's it. It's a job like any other. There's outliers in terms of dedication and skill, but they're the exception, not the rule. As for humans, there's an old adage, and I do mean old. Before they left their home planet old, before they technically went extinct old, it originated in an era their ancestors called Anno Domini, and has been extensively modified over time. As it stands right now, being said every day by new human fighters in training, the adage goes as such. This is my weapon. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My weapon is my best friend. It is my life. Without me, my weapon is useless, and without it, I am useless. My weapon is human, as am I, for it is my life. Thus, I will learn it as a brother. I will learn its strengths, its weaknesses, each and every part of it, so that I may heal it, as I would a wounded comrade in need. I shall not accept defeat in any quarters, and shall know my enemy as I know myself. I shall have such weapons, skills, and strategies that no foe will best me in battle. Never shall I ask for lighter burdens, but instead forge myself wider shoulders from the bones of those who would seek to prey on my comrades. And if the stars in the sky become my enemy, then void by my side I shall cleave the heavens themselves in twain. I am sure that it's been changed and corrupted over the millennia, but the essence remains the same. Human fighters, human warriors, live and breathe combat. It becomes second nature to them, to the point where even retired fighters still possess such reflex of skill that it compares to mil-spec grade wetware. Before they changed themselves, the fighters had problems adjusting to not fighting on a regular basis. That's the secret to bringing out the spirit within living metal, so to speak. A weapon has no life of its own, even made of metal that grows and evolves as flesh does. One must trust their life to a weapon, nurture it as a comrade, rely upon it in times of need, and treasure it as one would a loved one. Regardless of creed, social standing, experience, or how expensive your chrome is, it doesn't matter if you can demolish a building with your fancy armor cannon. A human swordsman will just dodge it. It doesn't matter if you have reaction speeds in the milliseconds. A human blade master will predict your own decisions before you make them. It doesn't matter if you are worshipped as a god. A human sword saint will own their art and grasp their void through sheer skill and willpower. Not for fame, fortune, or glory, but to prove that they can kill a god. Next lesson is the unnamed swordsman that so many of you know as Omni-Shred, the all-killing 1,000 cuts. Class dismissed. End of story. Story number 2. The Judging, written by a glass of whiskey. We are the judges. All will be judged before our all-seeing eyes. Not perhaps the happiest news ever heard by the human species, and definitely not the happiest ever heard by the UN diplomat standing before them. What does that mean? More precisely, the limited intel he had been given indicated that they could swat them like flies, if they so desired. We will see how you treat the lesser of yourself, the lowest of your hierarchies, and if we find the result to be satisfiable, give you access to the stars. The unsaid threats seem to hang heavy in the air. And if you fail, you don't have to worry about that. That worried him immensely. Let's see now, your poorest areas are roughly 50 years behind the more advanced. Good for most species, but it seems you're in the middle of quite a rapid change. We put that as 200 years. Bad. As he continued to list thing after thing, there were many bad, a few good here and there. Apparently, giving more than was spent on military was considered good, and some of the countries referred to as fortunate passed that target. When they came to the part of recent history, he slightly zoned out. Bad, bad, bad. This was probably not going well. Finally, we have subspecies. I'm afraid there is some confusion here. It seems some species are referred to as family by many, but no genetically link is present. Could you clarify? After many hours, he'd finally been given a question. Would this be good or bad? That would be domesticated animals for social comfort. Many points had been raised about the use of domesticated animals. Many bads. Social comfort. Friends. They are kept and taken care of to provide friendship. You mean you keep animals that have no other function other than to be your friends? They do have other uses, but recently that is the primary reason that they are kept. For the first time, the aliens looked different. Happy? It was hard to tell about something with that many tentacles. We will abide by your social classification then, and consider the more numerous of these for judging. He hoped another long list of bads would not follow this new classification. So, dogs. They seem to be referred to as humanity's best friends in many texts, and there is apparently even some festivals to celebrate them. It seems they co-evolved with you. Peculiar. So, some kind of symbiosis then. We do not know how to classify this according to our rules. In a good way. Hope. Yes. Or, rather, these questions are centered on amount of suffering of the subspecies. If they still exist, that is. Although there is certainly suffering towards these thugs, it's regarded to be morally reprehensible to a degree foreign to us. It seems they are treated better than many of your own people. Remarkable. The creature turned towards itself as if in some kind of discussion. He couldn't hear anything, as it seemed to be absorbed in its own thoughts. Human, we have come to a conclusion. It had barely been a few seconds since the last statement. That fast, you sure you don't need some more time to think about it? The part about not worrying still worried him. Yes, it is unusual, but you are an unusual species. You're not the worst, but not far off. Good treatment of your fellow humans seems to, in most cases, only reach those closest to you. Your history is filled with the most despicable acts, many of them still continuing to this current date. This was not good. In summary, many bads, a few goods, but come on! You broke our questions regarding subspecies. Broke did not have positive connotations. Broke? Yes, broke. Because of this, you cannot be judged. Goodbye. And with that, they dumped him off the ship and left Earth behind. Many hours later, he was finally allowed to go home. His best friend had been waiting patiently for him, and as soon as he opened the door, jumped at him. Oh, come down, boy, down! Now, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? A good boy, indeed. All their worries would have come true. End of story. 1398. Human Standard, written by Weird Spectre. 2587 CE. Even weeks after returning to Attorney's Entree, 1428, I was surprised by the thickness of the air in public areas. It had, for want of a better word, it had weight, humidity, and musk, a feeling of being occupied. I still felt a little offset by the slow rotation, though. The station was built to human standard, like damn near everything else within 700 light-years of humanity's borders. And, although we built them better, imagine having to build spin drums to simulate gravity. Humans built them cheaper, and prettier, admittedly. But we evolved with less gravity than them, so the Coriolis forces were a little different on this station to the last one I'd stayed on. I strode briskly through the central passage, the arterial corridor which connected everything on this level, down which ran the various hotels and restaurants and offices of the station. I passed the chairs and tables arrayed before each cafe, needing to see only the style of the logos to recognize which of them was human-run. Those occupied a fraction even I found surprising. Here, for example, Hirsch's traditional, even if it wasn't for the name, just the way the font looked like something printed in a book from centuries ago, despite shifting and evolving on both the hollow above the storefront and on the fabric on the outer barriers. There was enough to tell me which species owned the establishment. Hirsch's also happened to be where I was meeting my niece. She was still short by our standards, probably a little shorter than an average male human, I figured. And despite moving with what I might once have said was grace, the biases I picked up from your kind meant that I immediately saw her as blunderingly awkward on her 3 spindly legs. My vestigial chest limb grasped hers in greeting, and we sat in the faux leather unupholstered seats. So, Uncle, about my, business opportunity? She cast a conspiratorial glance at the human at the bar. It's bullcrap, to borrow the human adage. Her eyes, which I saw as too far apart despite being normally space for a Corian, went wide. Yes, so I suppose you haven't met a human before today. The station is on the border between this space and the rest of the galaxy, so it is understandable, I suppose. After all, you traveled a long way from home just to get here. So walk me through your decision process here. Why do you want to take the children of these miners? Hazel's expressions flickered, and she shifted in an awkwardly shaped booth. Her vestigial hand twitched, while her two arms spread themselves as wide as they could. Every species in the known galaxy loves their kids. Well, every sensible carbon-based species, anyway. She hesitated. If I had kids, I'd do whatever the captors said, just to make sure that they were safe and sound. No question. Humans don't follow. They lead, Hazel. They don't protect their own by doing the most rational, logical thing. They protect their offspring by deceiving themselves that they can do the impossible to protect them, and then use that as motivation to do the impossible. I reached under the table and felt for the privacy switch. Holographic curtains of light distortion shimmered down either side of the booth as weak electrostatic force fields scrambled sound. I pulled out my handheld, which, much against convention, was in fact a slightly modified human-built hand terminal, because of course it was, and laid it on the beer-soaked, slightly sticky table between us, switching on the projector. The news article shimmered into view above us as a 3D image of a human male clutching a child glittered beside it. She sniffed derisively. Hyperbole. I was there, I replied. It was the truth. The guy's name had been Alfie. Some horrible turn of events had happened in one of the spin cylinders orbiting a planet, and an apartment building caught on fire. In the process, a child was left inside. I've seen battleships tumble from orbital warfare to flatten cities and watched young lovers cradle the shattered remains of their partners. But nothing compares to seeing a mother come rushing home from work to find her apartment ablaze with a child inside. Her wail. And Alfie didn't even know her. Plenty of reason to empathize, for sure. But this man sprinted into a building entirely unprotected, navigated through flames and smoke to find the kid, then shielded the child from falling rubble with his own body. For a child he was entirely unrelated to. The conventional wisdom was that humanity had it hardest out of the spacefaring species, a homeworld with a gravity almost too high to enter orbit, their species surviving the evolutionary bottlenecks around the eruption of a supervolcano and coming and going of ice ages, and sharing a planet with venomous critters and pathogens. And don't get me started on Australia. I suspected that explains humanity's unusually strong bond with their children. But I think it was that day which transmuted my awe of humanity into true respect, reverence even. That's normal, you know. Every day, tens of stories like that spread across these mesh nets and broadcasts, at least. And you know what else? They're unstoppable. Not just psychologically either. Not just like how they brute force their way into every interstellar industry and revolutionized most space warfare within 2 centuries of first contact. The Corians had, on first contact 4 centuries ago, held advantages over humans in every area but AI. Now, we hold only electrostatic pseudo-force fields and access to hyperspace, though increasingly I see my own kind using your name for it, Sinclair space, that are either more advanced than or more easily manufactured than your own versions. In 400 years, and now, with the war, even those gaps are narrowing. Even then, I often wonder if there's something about your Alkabiri drives that makes them superior to hyperspace that we just don't know about. That's why she wanted to kidnap the kids. Miners working for Buchanan Industries, a company undercutting even our species' most competitive corporations, had been steadily pushing into the worlds the family business had unofficially officially claimed. In her head, they'd be a good bargaining chip. I mean, they just don't stop. I called up another article, older, historical actually. A parent watched their child knocked down by a ground car, and in some kind of hormonal maelstrom, they managed to lift the vehicle off them. A ton and a half of cheap Japanese motorcar meant nothing to a human when a child was in danger. Then I called up more articles, and more. "What's wrong with these apes?" she asked. "It's just not small scale either. In the 21st century, some little girls in the country no one had heard of were kidnapped by religious terrorists and forcibly converted to their faith. They started a worldwide social media movement that eventually recovered the children. And, well, have you seen the latest in the Grey Human War?" "No." "The Loti are old. 64 million orbits. Call that, 67 million of your years ago. The Loti had been a minor subgalactic power. Then, in the midst of the war with something, your precursors, the first people, swatted them aside like flies. Couple of centuries ago, they came back, and, as you know, consider a number of now inhabited worlds to be their territory, especially some of the first people land, like Earth. And just how infectious are you human ideas, you ask? Infectious enough that even though, to our eyes, the Loti don't look grey, we still call them greys, just like everyone else. Give someone or something a nickname, and within a week, everyone in civilized galaxy, from diplomats to scientists to prostitutes, are using it. You are forever in vogue. The Loti Vanguard was heading towards Sol, their home system. And right as they dropped to sublight, wham! Whole system just vanished in a burst of energy that wiped out every Loti starship not caught in the maelstrom of warped space-time. I don't understand. I don't think I'd ever seen my niece look so horrified and confused. The humans found and used the first people relic that they'd never tested. Didn't understand and could barely power to, destroy. The analysts think to destroy their home star system just to forbid the Greys the satisfaction of conquering it. Since then, humanity have been on the front foot in major way, which itself is madness. Our proudest historical moments as a species was when we retook the home world from the Ashtai aggressors 10,000 years ago. We would never have wiped out an entire star system to deprive the enemy of the pleasure. Humanity have a saying for it, cutting off the nose to spite the face. I paused for a moment. And worse, there's been friendly contests between the various human factions to give their warships the most ridiculous, insulting names just to further degrade the Loti they demolish in battle after battle, despite a vast gap in technology. I puffed my cheeks out, thinking, I think the best one I heard was called the HMS Lie Back and Think of England. Or maybe the HMS Giving You the Ruddy Good Talking To. It's very human, isn't it? Systematically destroying every offense and then defense. You mounting a war and not even doing you the decency of ensuring that the ship that kills you has a serious name. They're insane. Yeah, no idea. I shook my head. One of your little nuggets of body language that has percolated out into the galaxy. We are insane, selfish. They care so much about their kids that aren't even their own that if you do this, you'll get yourself killed. They have zero tolerance for people who go after children. Believe me. You want to know the lesson here, kid? As I changed the display to one last holo, she nodded earnestly. The last image was a human being performing martial arts. It was one of the few videos that I'd felt was important enough to save for my travels. It was the way he moved. The man flowed like water, all while kicking and punching and tripping his opponents. Don't feck with humans, I said. There are lots of things that frighten. No, not frighten. Disquiet me. Lots of things that disquiet me about your kind. But I think that, ignoring your natural grace born of evolution and high gravity and the strength which comes with it, what worries me most about you is your unfailing insistence. You insist that centuries, no, millennia of technological progress can be duplicated by your scientists in decades. You insist that your children are too important for silly things like forces of nature to apply to you if they're in danger. You insist that you're right, that others should listen to you, should be molded into your psychological shape. And the thing is, somehow, by insisting the impossible, you make it possible. You make it true. Whatever my poor niece Hassel has done, please insist she isn't lynched by those miners for her crimes. End of story. 1399. 20 years too late. Written by Stones, Dawes, Beatles. Across the black void drifted a paradise, much unlike our desolate home. Peering through our great telescopes, we found its surface covered by wide, grassy plains, dense forest of green-leafed trees, and deep blue seas. Our land was parched, our rivers cataracts, our barren soil only able to host a thin red weed. As our families began to starve, we hurried to build great ships capable of conveying us to that saving hope from ecological extinction. But a hairy pest, building cities and canals of its own, stood on two legs between us and salvation. So we filled our vessels, not with any weapons of war, but with the tools of an exterminator. Black smoke to flush out the vermin, and a heat ray to vaporize them. We packed our red vine to pollinate the countryside with our fruits and flowers. We crowded into our cylindrical spaceships, bidding our families goodbye. They bid us good luck and fair travels across the empty gulf of outer space. A few months later, we landed in a muddy, blackened land, pocked with more craters than the surface of Deimos. We did not dare to venture outside because of the great thunder that never seemed to cease rolling over our heads. As we assembled our three-legged threshers, we wondered if the earth was such a wet place that it stormed constantly. We would soon learn that storm was anything but natural. After several days, with our preparations complete, we unscrewed all 3 feet of shining steel on our lids. Immediately, we were set upon by the precipitation of a leaden storm. Shells detonated all around us, throwing up great spouts of earth. We understood immediately why this land was so grated. We had landed in the midst of a war amongst beasts. It brought us immense satisfaction, with our quarry already set upon each other. It would only be too easy to mop up the survivors. Our tripods rose from the craters of our own cylinders had dug. We surveyed the destruction, noted its abrupt end a few miles east and west, and marched in both directions, towards whatever these apes called civilization. We never made it more than half a mile. The wall seemed similar to our own primitive history, with each side lobbing shells at each other until one surrendered. But the beasts had taken the crudeness of one shell and, by multiplying it by a factor of 5 or 6, turned it into a horror of unceasing, automatic warfare. Mired by the mud, we trudged towards the trenches and defenses that we could observe, but not under the fire of just 1, or 10, or 100, or 1,000, or even 10,000. Instead, hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, fell, as countless as raindrops over the next few hours. By any guess, hundreds of shells across the battle line were exploding every second, and the deafening roar made it impossible to communicate, let alone think. Our machines were not designed to withstand this great bombardment, and so by the time we reached these apes' trenches, only a quarter of our tripods remained standing. It didn't matter, we still thought. We still believed in the strength of our heat rays. However, while they stayed crouched in their trenches, they were concealed from our deadly beams, even as we grew closer and closer to their lines. Our towering machines overshadowing their huddled shapes, the defenders stubbornly held their positions. At last, we had closed enough distance to deploy the black smoke and force the rodents out of their holes and into our sights. The grim, gaseous curtain descended upon the trenches, but we saw not a single one hop out of the trench. We realized they had no idea what horror was about to inflict itself upon their lungs. Yet, even as the clouds did fill up their defenses, we could not find even one coughing straggler climbing out from cover. We assumed, as the smoke blew away with the brisk wind, that every ape in those trenches had perished. That assumption was shattered when the impossible greeted our scopes. Somehow they had come to this battle prepared for our black smoke. Whistles shrieked up and down our quarry's trenches, and out the top poured thousands of screams muffled behind air-filtering masks. With grenades in hands, they charged our tripods, bringing each down by the legs. Our heat rays, mounted on the hood of our threshers, could not depress low enough to strike them dead. It was our turn to stumble backwards. Our formation had been crumbling, but now it hastily collapsed. In complete disarray, some of our tripods marched forwards, only to be picked off by artillery or the monkeys tossing dynamite below us. The rest of us withdrew to no man's land, to the escape promised by our ships. The apes began their counter-offensive. As we slogged through the mud, a new shower of shells landed upon us. Where they exploded, they did not gouge the earth, but released vast clouds of yellowish smoke. Every one of us had filters in our control cars to protect us from the earth's pollutants and toxins, but we never anticipated a weapon like our own black smoke being used against us. Only a few lethal particles per million made it through our filters, but that was enough to eat off our flesh and char our lungs. Many tripods hung limp after the apes' golden smoke drifted off, their pilots drowned in their own blood. At least we reached our cylinders and dashed for safety, preparing to take off for a home and flee. Between the frantic punches at the control panel, I looked up to see great vultures circling above my comrades' tripods. But these birds were made of canvas and wood, carrying guns and bombs. With practiced accuracy, they strafed our machines with their guns, blew them to smithereens with bombs from above. Our heat rays could not keep pace with the frustrating flies that whirled in and out of our sight. We were soundly beaten. We did not think that what little civilization these men possessed could ever pose a threat to our harvest, but that was merely an error in our calculation. As I rocketed into orbit, safe from their planes, their gas, and their shells, I promised on my comrade's life that these men would not beat us again. I have a good reason to guarantee our victory. We have seen the absolute limits of human mechanical warfare, while they have only seen our tools of agriculture. They have yet to see our own blades and artillery and automatic fire. They have yet to see the true art of warfare, which turns the very atoms in the fabric of the universe into weapons of war. In these years since our humiliating defeat, we have taken the last of our dying planet's life and our last ounce of our own energy to prepare the final assault on their civilization. At last, then, we will have our garden paradise. In the year they call 1945, we will return to Earth. Surely this time they'll have no idea what kind of ultimate weapon we can unleash. End of story. Story number 2. We Should Have Listened, written by Kaiser 5243. Recovered ship's log. Designation Research and Recon, Sector 596364, Earth. Audio. Log 1, Day 1. We have successfully entered high orbit of planet designation Earth. Prospecting team had a meeting with a life form that hunts local population and was warned not to pursue. Threat assessment shows this creature's threat is within allowed threat tolerances, and research for weakness and exploration for planned invasion will continue as planned. Interviewed hunter species, designation vampire, appears to live in highly populated city centers. Samples will be taken from wooded and rural areas to avoid interaction. Log 2, Day 2. More human males located in woods area. Specimens appear to be naked and soiled with dirt and debris. We believe they spent the night in the wooded area for unknown reasons. Specimens have been sedated and transported to Hold Cell 4 for further observation and testing. Log 3, Day 7. The group of humans display behavior similar to other pack animals that we have encountered. They seem to all follow the lead Specimen A. Specimen A is the only human who has attempted to speak to us since their capture. The specimens, as a group, do not appear to be concerned with the capture, and Specimen A only repeats the phrase, "You should have listened to the leeches," when questioned. Log 4, Day 13. The specimens have begun pacing their enclosure. We are at this time not sure if this is self-soothing behavior, or if they intend to attempt escape. They have also been etching a countdown from 30 on the wall of their enclosure since their capture. The reason is currently unknown. When questioned, Specimen A bares his teeth and repeats, "You should have listened." Medical experimentation to begin tomorrow. Log 5, Day 22. Medical experimentation has proved both frustrating and alarming results. The specimen's ability to heal damage caused to their bodies makes it difficult to keep them sedated, and any surgical procedures are almost impossible. We are uncertain if this is common amongst humans. If so, physical warfare may be impractical. A larger specimen pool is required. Log 6, Day 29. A change has suddenly come over the specimens. They've begun laughing and pulling on the bars of their enclosure as if trying to bend them. Specimen A continues to shout, "You should have listened!" over and over. We believe an escape attempt is imminent. However, threat assessment shows the metal of the bars of their enclosure has a much higher tensile strength than human muscles can bend. Log 7, Day 29. Vile corruption suspected. "They've escaped! Howls!" can be heard in the background. "They've changed!" Screams of once suspected the Beth crew. We cannot contain them." The medical officer stops short. Reason unknown. Heavy animal panting can be heard over the recording before the log stops. Recovery team dispatched, unable to make contact with research vessel. Invasion force halted until we can determine the fate of the ship and crew. End of story. 1400. Useful piece of paper, written by _sky__. Mr. Human Ambassador, I am honored to extend the invitation to the venerated prize ceremony. By this act of patronage, your species is officially requested to participate. Congratulations. Oh yes, indeed. That is the Commonwealth's equivalent of your Nobel Prize ceremony, just far more prestigious. Absolutely. I know you deem your Nobel Prize winners highly, but this is the event on a galactic level. The awards are given every 12 years for advancements in a multitude of fields of science and artistic achievements. Which piece of your art is nominated? Oh, not to insult your civilization's cultural accomplishments in any way, but your species' nomination is not of such nature. Rather, it is of scientific one. To be honest, I too was surprised. Never before has a civilization that only just developed FTL and joined the Commonwealth received a nomination in any scientific field. Yes, this is a great honor indeed, and I reckon that due to this you will soon be able to apply for full membership. No other species will dare to vote against fully accepting such a promising and new addition to the Commonwealth. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't say exactly what it is that you're recommended for. The ceremony is secretive for reasons rooted in ancient tradition. But these days it is done just because it gives more flair to the event itself. However, I can confirm that your nomination falls in the category of practical use of science, or what I believe you would call patent, or maybe scientific paper, or rather useful one to be more exact. Exactly. Our AIs have stumbled upon something in your patents database, which has deemed incredibly convenient to the Commonwealth's wide population. Thus, you were directly nominated. Yes, the main scientific AIs are the ones making the nomination. No, it's not computer games. Yes, they are amazing artistic creations, and they are becoming widely popular, but, no, sorry. I really can't say more, but you can be sure it's not video games. If it were those, your nomination would fall under the art category, not patents. You see, it does make sense to be secretive about it. It generates a lot of interest, doesn't it? Hell, I guess your entire species will be watching the ceremony live, and they will be speculating on the nature of your nomination, searching for the probable patent, where it was first published, used, etc. That is one of the reasons the venerated prize ceremony became so stunningly popular and a regal event. I'm glad you understand. Of course, if you win, the rewards will be paid out entirely, even if your civilization is not a full member yet. I would not worry too much. Even if you do not win the first prize in your category, the Terran status will be immensely improved by the end of the ceremony. Oh, for sure, the practical use of science is one of the categories held in the highest esteem. It is the equivalent of your Nobel Prize in physics, importance-wise. Well, the last time the reward was given to the Cull and AI hive mind, it came up with a rather amazing way to use sub-quantum physics to program machines of a subatomic level. Revolutionary, really. And it was all discovered by accident. But applications are enormous. Ability to literally program something vastly smaller than an atom and use it to perform complex tasks. It is... yes, your species still doesn't know the inner workings of a sub-quantum world, but that is due to lack of processing power on your AIs. I mean, the amount of data storage space needed to work on it is an order of magnitude greater than what you currently have, so, True. That is what makes your achievement of being awarded the nomination a stunning success. Oh, winner directly prior to Cull on AI hive mind? No, there was no nomination for practical use of science for that cycle. It really has to be something big to actually be nominated. So sadly, there are even times where there is no contender at all. Yet, that only adds more to the prestige of the prize. Certainly, you can now access the history files on the venerated prize ceremony. Even just that will do wonders for your scientists in terms of guidelines as to where they should focus their research. But as things currently stand, I'm very hopeful you'll find your way faster than most. You see, now our ways suddenly do not seem so strange or unreasonable to you. Every race has a different mentality and differently programmed AIs, what in turn enables the Commonwealth to attack some hard problems from different angles, resulting in some races making discoveries others would never be able to. Or they would spend orders of magnitude more energy to achieve them. I should not say that, but all things considered, you actually stand a good chance of winning, and that says something, considering this year has a record number of nominations, 5 nonetheless. This will truly be a magnificent year for practical use of science in the Commonwealth. No, I'm afraid I can't tell you about the other nominations either, naturally. Yeah, it was a silly question. It would not be a secretive award ceremony if I was leaking information like that, would it? That was a good joke. Hell, now I feel sorry that I'll have to keep your part of this conversation secret too, so nobody will ever hear it. Damn, it really was a good joke. Yes, in case the winning prize, it is customary for your political leader to make a speech. Your biological leader, that is, not an AI. That too is all due to tradition, but nobody minds it. It makes the whole thing even more inspiring. After the speech, our AIs finally showcase the patent in question for all the galaxy to admire. Absolutely, your president will be more than adequate for such a task. Well, I have nothing more to add. Your delegation for the ceremony can arrive when you deem appropriate. They'll be given honorary seats, with all other accommodations taken care of. The event itself will be free broadcast to all, so there should not be any problems. Though, the honor is mine. Welcome to the Commonwealth, Terrans. A few weeks later. You still have no idea on what patent we might have been nominated for? No, Mr. President. We went through all of our scientific papers, but we assumed that it has to be something related to our graphics software. Really? Indeed. Other races never had video games industry, thus their computer technology never developed in that direction. You simply do not need purposely designed graphics-dedicated software and hardware for most of the mathematical and scientific problems. You can solve all of those equations without any graphic interface at all.
Actually, it makes perfect sense.
Yes, sir. After all, we humans are a species that relies heavily on our senses of visualization, and we did spend a good amount of resources on programming our AIs in those directions.
All right, I'll then direct my PR department to write a prize acceptance speech with that in mind. You better be ready, not to embarrass yourself.
Day of the award ceremony. Today, dear audience, from across the galaxy, we present you the fruits given to us by the most brilliant minds in the Commonwealth, and even the ingenious patent conceived by the ones which are not yet full members. After those words, the eyes and cameras in the gigantic room turned towards the human delegation. Indeed, this is a great day for the galaxy. Never before has the competition been so stiff or grandiose, nor have I been more proud to announce the winner. The atmosphere was so tense that it could stop a bullet. After carefully and with due diligence calculating, simulating, and using countless other methods of predicting the effects of the cycle's practical use of science, nominees' contributions will have on the life and the Commonwealth and future of civilizations, the committee of the main AI has finally decided on a clear winner. There was a pause. All objective measurements are clear. The cycle's winner is... The silence in the room was deafening. The Terran Union, proclaimed the narrator, his voice ecstatic, but the place was silent. The President and the rest of the human delegation looked around, smiling. Thus, let us now commemorate our winners with their species' traditional gesture of gratitude. Please clap your hands, tentacles, or any other appendages you might have, as this is the common way humans greet something they approve. Out of nowhere, a noise of honest appreciation erupted. Cheers and claps in all the ways members of the other species present knew how to make, echoed over the room. All that to celebrate and congratulate in the human manner. The President rose from his seat with practiced movements, his smile never fading from his face as deep in his chest the human heart was beating with pride bounded by this momentous occasion. In seemingly just a few steps, the experienced politician was ready, standing in front of the esteemed audience of the best and the brightest the Commonwealth had to offer, with the ears of the entire galaxy eager to hear his every word, and then finally see the reveal of such an amazing piece of practical use of science. The President, for his part, glared into the distance, taking a striking pose he certainly repracticed countless times before his PR department, determined to present mankind in the best light. He spoke with eloquence and enviable oratory skills, likely given to him by a talented team of writers that prepared a speech beforehand. Dear citizens of the Commonwealth, today my society is proud to become a part of your history in a way that we could have only dreamt of. The destiny, in its chaotic wisdom, decided that this time the youngest of races would solve one of the most profound problems. Nodding with his head, his eyes reflected intelligence, the President continued. Admittedly, some of your customs seem strange to us at first. He paused for a heartbeat. Indeed, this very event is one such example.
nominating and even proclaiming a victor prior to revealing which deed was done to diverse such praise is unorthodox from a human point of view, to say the least. A smile danced up the president's lip. But not any more. It is this day that we see the wisdom in your ancient traditions. Because ever since the nomination had been given to us, we spent countless days wondering, pondering, contemplating as to which part of us, which part of humanity, has impressed you so much. What could our mind possibly develop that would amaze ones like you? Silence swept over the room, interest and admiration shining from every sapient being listening. And then, like many times before in humanity's history, something blinked. He left the last word hanging, and we tried looking ourselves through your eyes. Suddenly, remembering how the act alone, the ability to visualize others' dilemmas, the other's point of view, was always mankind's way. His voice now growing energetic. Yes, that is mankind's way. He raised his hand in a lecturing manner. We refused to turn our heads away, no matter how hard was it to face our disputes. We were eager to do it, to stare into the abyss and its darkness, in spite of how scary it must have seemed at times. The president shook his head and looked straight at the cameras. Because, as the Commonwealth has shown, the only way to fight back against the cruelties of existence is to attack them from all angles. An act which starts at first by observing, not running away into abstract world of mathematics and logic. All more so because those tools can often give you the right number, but an extremely wrong idea of what you are dealing with. And we humans, well, we always wanted to see the bigger picture. And with those words, the president gracefully bowed to the audience, which instantly erupted in cheers and applause, being fully able to understand every deep meaning of his gestures. Back on Earth, the untold number of viewers stood stunned, prideful of their race, understanding that even though they were not the wisest or oldest of civilizations, there is always something more to human spirit than meets the eye. That was until it was soon revealed that the glorious patent in question was toilet paper. That, as humans like to say, really put things into perspective. End of story. 1401. Travelers from Afar, written by the missing Think. This all happened when my grandfather's grandfather was a child. But we remember and tell the story that in the fullness of time you shall too remember and tell it. It was the ritual opening for one of the great tales, the stories passed down across the generations which told the history and what it meant to be a bassoon. There were 23 of us gathered around the fire, 24 if you included my cousin Dida, barely 2 months old. All of us sat in respectful silence to listen to Sikla the elder, even Dida doing nothing more than gurgling contentedly. They came to us in a great ball of fire, traveling across the skies faster than a man can run, and the sound of their passing was as thunder. At this point, the older members of the tribe drummed their feet on the hard dirt floor to simulate the noise. The elder let it build for a few seconds, growing louder as it reverberated back from the cliffs, before bringing his hands together in a booming clap, silencing his audience. As the last echoes faded away, he resumed his tale. And so it was that they reached the ground, though we knew it not. Many amongst the tribe were scared, not knowing what had occurred and fearing what they could not explain. These chose to hide in their caves, but one man, braver than the rest, chose to go and see what the strange thing was. Lata was his name, and we celebrate his courage. Hula! The tribe roared back in approval. Hula! 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 Lata travelled all day long, his eyes fixed on the column of smoke which hung in the air. He left the hills of our people far behind and entered the forest, which was old then as it is today. Though he could no longer see the smoke, and though his feet were sore, still brave Lata journeyed on. In those days the forest held dread creatures with sharp claws and terrible fangs. Yet these did not stop him. It is said that Lata walked with such determination and confidence that these monsters fled from him, reasoning that any who dared tread their path so openly must be fiercer than they, and to be avoided. At length Lata came to end of the forest and reached the great plain. What he saw there caused even brave Lata to pause and consider turning back. Sikla was a master storyteller, and he paused here to drink from a jug of water at his side, surreptitiously watching his audience from the corner of his eye, judging the moment when anticipation started to drift into impatience with perfection. He continued, "Carved into the soil of the plain was a great furrow, as though some giant had dug a fingernail into the dirt and dragged it along. At the end of this furrow was the source of the smoke Lata had been pursuing, still too distant to be seen. Reasoning that to travel so far only to turn back would be foolish, he called on the strength of his ancestors and pressed on." The audience thumped their fists against their chests in a gesture which passed for applause amongst their people, admiration shining in their eyes. The sun was setting as Lata reached the end of his trek, but the many small fires provided enough light for him to see. The ground was littered with shattered remnants of something. Twisted pieces of material he didn't recognize lay everywhere, some blackened by fire, others still burning. To Lata, it looked like a mess left by a thrown egg. If that egg had held fire and been the size of the largest tree in the forest. Towards the edge of the wreckage sat a remarkable object, shaped like a seed, as tall as Lata was high and 3 times as long. It shone orange in the dying sunlight. Cautiously did Lata approach the strange seed, creeping forward on his bare feet until he stood before it. Sikla made a sound with his tongue. Tock, tock, tock. 3 times Lata rapped on the outside of the seed with his knuckles. The surface was hard, too hard to break, yet it sounded hollow. He walked to the other side and struck it again. Tock, tock, tock. That same hollow, ringing sound. With the night rapidly approaching, he moved back into the shelter of the long grasses, and Lata slept. Morning came, and Lata awoke to strange noises, like the chattering of beasts. Peering for his safety, he rose carefully and parted the grass to peer out at his surroundings. The seed had broken open at one end, and before it stood 3 strange creatures of a type he'd never seen before. Like us, they had 2 arms and 2 legs, but each one stood half again as tall as the tallest of us. Like Lata, they wore clothes, but these were not woven grasses that Lata was familiar with. These were made of some shimmering material that covered them from neck to toe. The biggest difference, though, was that these creatures possessed no tails. A murmur of wonder spread around the younger members of the tribe, for whom this was the first time the tale had been told. Lata stayed hidden for many minutes, observing the tailless ones. He watched as they unloaded boxes from the seed, watched as they created a shelter from the variety of items pulled from those boxes, and watched as they ate and drank. Seeing them drink reminded Lata of his own thirst. So backing away slowly, he made his way to a nearby stream to drink. Circa
took as opportunity to take another drink himself to soothe his dry throat.
Once Lauter had drank his fill, he sat back on his haunches in deep thought, staring at his reflection. After a time, his reflection spoke to him.
Why do you hesitate? You have walked many miles to see this thing. Will you now return home having done nothing?
Lauter agreed with himself. The creatures were obviously intelligent, and he longed to speak to them. But what if they were dangerous? Wise, Lauter thought, then thought some more, until a plan came to him. He walked off into the bush, picking the largest leaf he could find. He loaded it with fruits and berries, pausing only to eat a few for himself. He made sure to pick only the ripest and juiciest of fruits for his platter. Creeping back to the seed, he paused to peer through the long grasses again. The creatures were all gathered around a pile of wood. One of them knelt and pointed at the wood, and it burst into flame. Lauter was so surprised he nearly dropped his leaf. In those days, fire was a precious thing for his tribe, even more than it is now. He remembered his time as a child when he had been a fire tender, responsible for keeping it fed and burning through the long night. It had been an awesome responsibility. A tribe without fire would go cold and hungry. It could even lead to the death of the tribe as people left to make new home with another group who tended theirs properly. Lauter recalled himself to his plan. With one eye on the creatures, he crept from his hiding place and put the platter of fruit and berries on a flat rock before scurrying back to his hiding place. It didn't take long for the creatures to see it, and they crowded around, speaking in loud noises to each other. The one who seemed to be the chief took up one of each fruit and disappeared into the seed. He soon returned and separated out 2 kinds of berries before all of them ate the remainder. With the platter cleared, the leader placed the container on the platter next to the rejected berries, then ushered his companions back to stand in front of the seed. This is what wise Lauter had been hoping for, an offering for an offering. Making sure the strangers stayed well back, he moved cautiously from his hiding place and investigated the container. It was full of water. Lifting it carefully to his lips, he drank. The water was as cool as a mountain stream with a strange, flat taste, as though all flavor had been removed from it. He gently replaced the container on the rock, then backed away and sat down, holding his open hands towards the strangers. As Lauter hoped, the chief stepped forward slowly and sat in the same position. They sat in that fashion, looking at each other for many minutes. Then the chief raised his hand and touched his chest, making a noise as he did so. He repeated this several times until Lauter realized he was giving his name. He tried to repeat the sound to show he understood.
Garl?
The stranger showed his teeth and then gestured to Lauter. It was his turn to tap his chest and gave his name. The stranger's attempt, repeating it, was close enough.
Lauter?
Having exchanged names, both sat in silence again. Lauter decided it was time for him to make the next move. He advanced to the flat stone and ate one of the berries, watching the chief as he did so. The stranger seemed to understand and also approached the stone, although he didn't eat, which disappointed Lauter. Instead, he pointed at the empty side of the leaf, then off into the bushes and grass that surrounded them. He did this several times, each time pointing in a different direction. Realization came to Lauter. He couldn't eat the berries. Lauter stood and ran into the bushes, returning moments later with an armful of other fruits. To his relief, the stranger hadn't moved. He put these down on the leaf, and the stranger picked one up and ate. When he finished, he stood up and pointed to himself. Garl pointed to Lauter. Lauder. Then into the bush in the direction of the fruit tree. Lauter considered this for a moment, then stood himself and pointed.
Lauter, Garl.
and started walking slowly. Gaul flashed his teeth briefly, then moved to walk alongside Lotta as he showed him where to pick the fruits which he liked so much. From the simple start, their relationship quickly developed. Lotta learnt that the other two creatures were called Chain and Stiff. He showed them how to find other fruits they might eat, and where the nearest stream was. Most treasured of all, they showed Lotta how to scrape 2 rods together to create fire. 1 rod of stone, the other made of the same material as their seed. Many days passed in this manner until one day the creature known as Stiff ran from the seed, chattering excitedly. Gaul listened to him for a time and then turned to Lotta, pointed at himself and then to the 2 other creatures. He then pointed upwards. It took Lotta a little while and a few other gestures before he understood. The creatures would be leaving, returning to the skies from which they came. This made Lotta sad, but seeing the joy on their faces, he understood that this had to be. Gaul led Lotta into the long grasses. With a series of gestures communicated that he should stay hidden. Before leaving, he pressed the fire-starting rods into Lotta's hand, holding it there for a moment. Lotta stayed where he was and watched as the creatures hurriedly loaded their boxes back into the seed. With the last of their equipment moved, they stepped into the entrance. Gaul paused to look back at his hiding place, and raising his hand, the sides of the seed moved, closing the hole as if it had never existed. Moments later, Lotta saw something in the sky above. It descended rapidly and settled over the seed, hiding it from view. Almost without pause, it rose again, leaving nothing behind but dented and discolored grass. Lotta made a long journey back to his tribe, clutching the fire rods tightly in his hands. When he returned, there was much rejoicing amongst these people. He had been gone for so long that many had thought him dead, devoured by the beasts of the forest. Proudly he recounted his tale. Many doubted his words, saying that he had eaten too many overripe fruits. But these voices were silenced when he produced the rods that he had been given and used them to make fire before their eyes. This ends the tale of brave Lotta, who befriended the gods and brought the gift of perpetual fire to the bassoon. Hula! 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 End of story. 1402. Words of Power, written by Aranya P. Words hold power. A combination of words naturally holds even greater power. With the right combination of words and a strong enough will, one could weave the very fabric of reality to their will. This is especially true to the magically sensitive elves of the eternal kingdom of Arborea. When an elven mage weaves words together into power that could shape the world around them, they'd call it an incantation, a casting of spells. But like any rules regarding power, you need to have power to spend power. And this was a problem for them, for elves themselves naturally spend all of the self-generated powers in keeping them forever young, their skins flawless, and their moves ever so graceful. It was a blessing and a curse at the same time, for the powers that came from the earth, the wind, and the trees were simply not enough to supply their demands. Unlike humans. Humans, on the other hand, have no natural ways to spend their self-generated power, so they keep building it up until the moment they die and expel their generated powers back into the world once more. From ashes to ashes, dust to dust, as they would say. Such a waste. Such a waste. This is where High General Elithareth Lan Ilithor comes in, leading the first undefeated legion of Eternal Light for what will be their 10th and grandest reaping event. An event of the highest honor where warriors and mages of the kingdom would go through the portal created and held open by the royal magi and release any and all humans they could find of their short, pitiful existence, and collecting the liberated powers to be put into the grand nexus within the grand city, so that it may forever keep the power flowing. There were voices of concerns, rumors that the powers are actually souls of humans, and this is no better than necromancy. But everyone needed the power for their daily lives, so what must be done will be done. Our High General Elitharus Lan Elithor wasn't always a High General, though he was the son of one. He started his first reaping as a simple captain of the shield mages, whose job was to keep the Legion protected from any and every unexpected problem. It was seen as a rather lowly position, where most of the time was spent shielding the Legion from the rain and dust from wherever the portal sends them. The humans had never fought back effectively, not against the likes of the great vanguards anyway. It was always slaughter. Until it wasn't. A few reapings ago, the humans started fighting back. Elitharus could remember it like it was yesterday. It started small. The humans hadn't run away so much that time, and in their rough, faulty hands were ugly imitations of an elven bow. It started as rocks, then there was crude arrows and spears that were flung at the advancing Legion. It was useless, of course. None of their primitive weapons could pierce the great shield, held by a full battalion of shield mages, and the slaughter continued to power the kingdom. The reaping after that changed everything. When the Legion came looking for an easy harvest, the humans turned. They were no longer the harmless, pitiful field of wheat waiting to be reaped. They were warriors. Warriors was meant in the loosest sense of the word. Some were clad in crude armor. Others had nothing but their wooden clothes, armed with weapons forged from metal, dug from the ground and smelted in rudimentary fire. Their attempts to fight back were still pitiful. Their columns were just a joke, and their infantry died in droves, and their cavalry burned as they charged through bolts of lightning, fire, death, and various other things that meant them harm. But even as their pitiful attempt to fight back was, that changed the reaping forever. No longer do elves go in expecting fields to reap, but now they expect an army to crush. It was easier that way. You don't need to march so far looking for enough humans to kill and collect their power when there's literally an army right in front of you for the picking. Not to mention how much more honorable and exciting one could make it sound. Turns out stories of battles are quite popular with ladies. This boosted the number of elves who wished to be amongst the participants in the next reaping considerably, which wasn't a surprise. What was a surprise, however, was when the next reaping came and the first Legion marched against the human army once more. They found that humans do indeed have magic. Using an excuse of an imitation of one of their battle staves, the humans yelled their words like the savages they are. Short, simple, and barely any effect. Fire! They shouted, and their staves erupted with power, invisible force smashing against the shield again and again. But it held. Fire! They shouted their word of power, and a series of what could only be called as large, wheeled metal battle staves erupted with their terrible power, sending imperfect spheres of stone and metal through the air and smashing into the shields. But it was still no match for the shield company, whose power bounced away all harm, allowing the Legion to march up close enough to unleash the real power upon the ranks of the humans, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Although it was the first reaping that the Legion lost some elves, it was only a few, mind, less than a dozen, and their bodies were carried back home like heroes with full military honor, and they grieved for weeks in honor of fallen
comrades. It had been some time since that battle. General Elitharith Lan Elithor pulled himself back out from his daydreaming of the upcoming glory of battle. Mounted upon his demigryph, he could see the human army just up ahead, on top of a long length of hill, far less numerous than what had faced before and hunkered down in the dirty halls. High grounds mattered little, for he was sure the victory is certain. He ordered his army to form up and prepare for battle, and now famous shield company strengthened their shields. Then the hills lit up. Terrible, earth-shaking thunders roared from the hill as the human mages unleashed their deadly sorcery. Great, thick bolts of power streaking through the air and smashed into the matrices of wards and shields, to the shock of every elf present. The shields that have never failed them, never faltered, then shattered under the awesome power of human sorcery. Thinking quickly, the High General barked out his orders using his magically enhanced voice that thundered over the battlefield. Shield walls were formed as the vanguard began their unstoppable advance towards the humans' defensive position. The hill lit up once more. Countless cracks were heard through the air as bolts of raw power were unleashed upon the hapless legion below like a horizontal rain. Then long arrows of magic that pierced the vanguard shields, which was sung from green glass, that have turned away even the mightiest sword blows and have deflected any spells and weapons used by humans before. The ranks of the vanguard soldiers were slaughtered in a similar fashion to how they slaughtered humans. Ilaroth Lan Ilithor did not feel like a high general when he uttered his incantations of a personal shield spell. The spell, perfected over hundreds of years, was a powerful one, and deflects humans' impossibly fast magical arrows. He tried to rally his troops, but he found that his voice was overshadowed by humans' magic. He had to shout at the Demigryph Knights to follow him towards a glorious charge. It was the only way to restore the morale of his army as they were cut down like grass. These knights formed a formation behind him, preparing for a charge. However, the charge never got off, as the very earth around them erupted, throwing elves high into the air, more often than not in pieces. High General Elitharith Lan Elithor knew at that moment that the battlefield was no longer theirs, his army lying broken and bleeding on the ground. Those who died were the fortunate ones. Everything was wrong. He was supposed to win. The High General couldn't do anything. No orders came to mind, not ones that would help the situation. He was waiting for himself to wake up from this nightmare back at the capital, a day before the reaping. Yes, he must have had one nectar too many. This couldn't possibly happen. It couldn't be real. Relief flooded through his body, and Elitharith began to laugh. His demigryph's head cocked slightly at him, waiting for its master's command. Then, without warning, its skull burst into a fine mist of several shades of red and pink. Elitharith's shields shattered from an unbelievably strong invisible force that tore through all of his defensive matrices. And the magical force continued until it ripped his left arm right out of its socket, throwing him off of his now headless demigryph. Pain jolted him awake, and he meekly mumbled words of healing to stop the bleeding before exhaustion took a hold of him once more. Perhaps this time he'll wake up from this horrible nightmare. Elitharith woke back up, but his back was aching. He was not laying on his comfortable bed back in the Grand City, but still in the same patch of dirt and grass where everything went wrong. He couldn't feel his left arm, and he wasn't sure if his legs still worked. Everything hurt, and he could barely utter any words at all. His eyes worked frantically, looking for any sign of salvation, only to spot a figure walking towards him. And it wasn't an elf. The High General struggled to prop himself up with one arm, wheezing and gasping for air as the human mage approached him and drew his battle wand, an ugly, unrefined, strange-looking wand made from some wood Elithoris couldn't recognize. Elithoris' eyes crossed as he looked at the wand, led up at the human, and Elithoris Land Elithor, High General of the First Undefeated Legion of the Eternal Light, felt fear.
Wait, stop. I have gold. I have woman. I'll give you anything. Just please don't kill me, please.
Elithoris tried, pleading for his life through choked breaths as he tried to push himself away. The human mage didn't even hesitate as he uttered his own words of power.
The United States of America does not negotiate with terrorists.
The last thing Elithoris Lan Elithor, High General of the First Undefeated Legion of the Eternal Light, saw was the human's battle wand discharging its full power right between his eyes. But that light, whatever worries or fear he had, was finally left behind him, smeared all over the ground. End of story. 1403. Protectors, written by Weirdo5255. Harry poked at the chunks of meat in his bowl with a tentacle, trying to look as if he wasn't hungry. He was molting though, his feathers sticking out in odd directions. Last year, when he had been growing, he had devoured anything I'd put in front of him. The same glint was in his eyes now, but he wasn't eating. Jellison shifted on her hind legs and nervously patted down her fur. She was eyeing her food as well, but hadn't taken a bite out of the vegetables in her bowl yet. Putting my tablet down on the table, I moved my eyes between the two of them. I don't think I burned the food. Did I spice something incorrectly? Harry's feathers drooped as he snapped his teeth together. Where is your food, Mother? I smiled, showing my teeth. I ate while I was cooking. I'm full. Eat your food. It's getting cold. Jellison shifted on her quadrupedal lower body, putting her forward-clawed feet up on the table, raising her small head so that it was level with my own. Her eye stalks waved from side to side as she let out a low, keening wobble. You did not eat. I was watching you. I kept the smile on my face. Leaning forwards, I pushed her plate towards her. Eat. I'm fine. Harry clicked in annoyance and pushed his food away. It was his favorite, overcooked cuts of beef and bones in broth. Jellison put her hand on her own plate of steamed vegetables. Fighting my grip, she pushed it away to join Harry at the center of the table. I looked at the two plates of food for a moment. Do both of you want to be grounded? Eat your food. Harry clicked his teeth again. Not until you do, Mother. Shifting in my seat, I picked up my book again. Human adults can go for a long time without food. You're both growing, and you are going to eat, right now. My statement was punctuated with a growl from my own stomach. I closed my eyes, ignoring it. Mother, whispered Jellison, her eye stalks twitching towards the sound. Her ears were in them somewhere. I had never really figured out how they worked. Eat, I growled. Leaning back from the table, I closed my eyes, waiting. She whimpered, and I heard her claws scraping on the top of the table, gouging into the old wood. The sound of crunching vegetables filled the dining room. I kept my face impassive. Jala, hissed Jerry. I'm hungry. Mother says it's fine. She's lying. You can hear her stomach moving. She is hungry. Opening my eyes, I picked up my tablet and turned to the next page of my book. Eat, Harry. You need to be strong to protect your sister. Harry's feathers drooped at that. His eyes flicked quickly back and forth between me to his sister, and then to the food in front of him. I was being mean, putting it like that, but it would convince him to eat. Picking up the bowl, Harry opened his maw and quickly poured the mixture into his mouth. The pouch around his neck quickly extended to hold all the food. The two children looked at one another and then at the empty plates. They were both still hungry, but that had been all the food I'd managed to get. They both knew there wasn't a point to asking for more. I smiled at the two. I cooked. Can you two handle cleaning up the table? Jellison groaned. The unwillingness to do chores was something universal in children. It took her hours to clean her nest, and Harry had never once in his life managed to make up his bed in the morning. We can do it, Mother, Harry said. Grabbing his and Jellison's bowls, Harry dashed into the kitchen. Jellison let out a disgruntled chirp and followed. I smiled as her claws scrabbled to find purchase on the floor. She still hadn't learned how to move quickly on the old tiles. My stomach growled again, and a wave of lightheadedness swept over me. I hadn't eaten since yesterday's lunch at work. The cut in the meal tokens that were being allotted to everyone, and then dividing the food that I could get into 3, was unsustainable. I was going to have to get more meal tokens. The quickest ways were more dangerous than the factory. If anything happened to me, the two would be trapped and starved, or shot when they built the courage to leave the house. A knock on the door interrupted my thoughts, and I stood. I heard a plate hit the floor in the kitchen. Harry burst back into the small dining room, a tentacle around one of Jellison's legs, dragging her along with him. His eyes were wide in fear. I pointed at the wall. His feathers flattened slightly, and Jellison warbled in distress. "Quiet!" hissed Harry, as he tugged the small hatch open and pushed his sister into it. He glanced back at me, teeth chittering in distress. "Go. I'll open it when it's safe." Harry's feathers were completely flat now, but he followed the command and closed the hatch. Moving to the door, I brushed at my stained jumpsuit, trying to make it somewhat presentable. Looking through the peephole, I winced. Damn it! Mr. Tyler was standing on my front porch, dressed in one of his signature pre-invasion suits, his pepper-gray hair cut short and beard carefully sculpted to make it look as if he did nothing to take care of it. A bodyguard was standing off to his side, one of the Hellkick weapons in his hands. The barrel was glowing a soft green, set to stun. "Hannah, I heard something crash. Are you okay?" asked Mr. Tyler. I unlocked the door and pulled it open. "I'm fine. You just surprised me is all. Dropped the plate on my foot." Mr. Tyler nodded. "Sorry about that." He pulled a few coins from his jacket and held them out. Hesitating, I took them. "Thank you." Mr. Tyler stepped inside, the bodyguard shadowing him across the threshold. "What can I do for you?" I asked, still at the door. "I wanted to check up on you. I promised your mother I would look after you." I closed the door and crossed my arms. "Because you've been doing so well checking up on me." Mr. Taylor chuckled. "Yes, well, it's better to see how far people will be able to go on their own merits. You certainly have done well for yourself." Looking around, Mr. Tyler moved and sat at my table, in the same seat Harry had been in. Studiously, keeping my eyes away from the hatch in the corner, I sat down at the head of the table. "I'd like to think so." "I think you have as well, but your talents are being wasted on the factory floor." Mr. Tyler leaned forward and thumbed a rough edge on my jumpsuit sleeve. I steeled myself and kept my arm in place. "But, like you've said, I've earned it. It pays the bills, keeps me comfortable." Mr. Tyler looked around the room. His eyes roamed over the wall and a few pictures on the wall. He looked at the kitchen and finally settled his gaze on me. "I know you've been asking for additional meal tokens, sir. I can get you those if credits aren't enough," said Mr. Tyler. He looked around the room. "For whatever reason you need them." I narrowed my eyes. "I'm content with my job as it is." Mr. Tyler nodded and stood up. Walking around to his bodyguard, he plucked a weapon from him. Holding the weapon up, Mr. Tyler set it on the table. "I'm not asking you to pick up one of these and fire it, Hannah." Mr. Tyler slid his hand down the gun and flicked the release, popping the energy core out of it. Moving efficiently, he broke down the gun into its parts, separating them into 2 piles on the table, human and alien. "But those of us who aren't fighting need to help the ones who are. Assembling low-grade power cells is beneath you. Humanity needs people like you and your mother to ensure we remain safe." Reaching out, I picked up one of the power control circuit boards in the human pile. "My mother created weapons to protect me, to protect humanity. I barely remember the invasion." Mr. Tyler slowly nodded. "Don't try to.
Most of us who lived through it would rather forget. The corporum, they were inhumanly vicious.
He looked at the power cell at his hands.
The handheld weapons were the least dangerous. We could overpower the shields they wore with concentrated fire or grenades. Those of us fighting in the trenches were lucky. The biological and chemical agents.
Mr. Tyler paused and shook his head.
I lost my entire family to those.
Mr. Tyler put the power cell on the table.
Your mother and the people like her who worked to find cures to the viruses they unleashed. How we could use their own technology against them. They were the real heroes. All I did was hold the line.
Looking at the chip in my hand, I nodded. They wanted to protect what they had, save the children, make sure that they had better lives.
What parent doesn't?
Asked Mr. Tyler. I looked at him. Can you say that's what humanity is doing now? I crushed the chip in my hand, ignoring the biting pain as the circuitry cut into my hand. Mr. Tyler's face hardened.
We are defending ourselves.
When the concentration camps, invasions, and wars of extermination done anything but create more strife in our own history. Mr. Tyler pursed his lips. Turning back to the table, he quickly reassembled the gun, careful to leave the power cell out. Without the limiter, it was in danger of exploding.
They attacked us without provocation, tried to exterminate us, Hannah.
So, we should do the same? I asked, voice low. The frame of the gun creaked as Mr. Tyler crushed it between his hands.
Ideally, no. In a perfect world, it would be a resolute no.
He stood up and handed the gun back to his bodyguard.
We don't live in a perfect world, though. It's kill or be killed. The corporum left their people behind. Who leads them? They're heartless or trying to take advantage of our mercy. Humanity's priority should be survival. If we must commit atrocities to guarantee that, so be it.
I won't kill till I have to. If I develop weapons for you now, they'll be used to kill because the man wielding them wants to, not because he has to. They'll be used to kill an alien starving in a cell after some doctors finish cutting him up.
Mr. Tyler brought a hand to his face and groaned. If we wait to kill until we have to, there is a much higher chance that we'll lose.
I pointed at the door. I'd rather lose than become like the corporum. Mr. Tyler stood and walked towards the door. He paused at it.
Flowery ideals won't save the future of humanity, Hannah.
I sharpened my gaze. Actions will. Leave. Mr. Tyler shook his head and opened my door, his bodyguard catching it, respectfully closing it behind him. I didn't move, listening for the slight hum of his transport taking off. Slumping back down into my chair, I turned my eyes to the wall. It's safe to come out. Harry slowly pecked his head out of the cubby. One of Jellison's eye stalks poked out beside him. Mama? He asked, his voice shaky. I was on the floor in front of them in another moment. Both were crushed to my chest, my arms holding them tight. The familiar feathers, rough skin, claws, temperature, and the feel of my children. Tears collected in my eyes and put my face in Harry's feathers. He hadn't called me Mama since he was small, and I'd barely been more than a child myself. You two were so good at being quiet. Harry moved a tentacle up to my face, wiping away one of the tears. You never told us what Mother did that helped make the weapons that got rid of the corporum, whispered Harry. I pulled back from him and wiped away my eyes, not sure what to say. She was protecting me, Harry. Like you protect us? Asked Jellison, her voice keening. Like I protect you. I looked at the two of them and smirked. You're not human. The two small aliens blinked and looked at one another. We know, Mother? Said Harry, speaking as if I was a child myself. Yes, well, to most humans, something not human is corporum. Harry's feathers popped up. We're not corporum, they're monsters. Jellison's eye stalks retracted inwards, and her claws scraped the floor, cutting into it. I am not a monster. Fresh tears welled up in my eyes, and I nodded. No, you're not. Taking a tentacle from Harry and a claw from Jellison in my own hands, I looked at the two of them. What you look like on the outside doesn't make you a monster. It's who you are on the inside it does. Do you understand? Jellison let out a happy chirp. Yes. Harry's grip tightened on my hand. He looked at the floor for a moment. Does that mean humans can be monsters? Wearily, I inclined my head. Humans can be monsters, just as terrifying as the courtroom. Harry's feathers flattened to his body, and his face sobered. I sniffed and stood, letting their hands fall from mine. No, the both of you did exactly what you were supposed to. I have a chocolate bar hidden away. Do you two want to share it? Their faces brightened, and they began to dance on the spot, talons and tentacles flopping about in a happy frenzy. You get a piece too, Mother, said Harry. Yes, we'll all share, said Jellison. I leaned down and hugged both of them. We'll all share the chocolate. End of story. 1404. Story number 1. Shotgun fantasy. In a world where humans can't perform magic, elves and other races have reigned supreme for millennia. Rumors have spread lately of a human invention that might change this. These guns were underestimated by everyone except the elven merchant, who saw an opportunity for profit. Written by that 2009 weird emo kid. Laughter echoed through the crystalline halls of the Imperial Palace for the first time in centuries. Apparently, humans were accelerating tiny spheres of metal at their enemies through a barrel, using controlled explosion to fuel its strength. They hadn't moved past blow darts or throwing rocks. Wrangle waited for the council to regain their composure. He'd never seen them display this much emotion. They couldn't grasp the danger of the upcoming conflict, a folly of their youth. In fact, this meeting only bolstered their confidence. Wrangle sighed. He couldn't fault humans for resenting his people. Elves had pretty much exploited them for millennia. Even after a zenith revolts, where human nations across New Gaia gained sovereignty, the economics of magic were too much for a hurdle to overcome on their own. After all, one competent wizard could produce more than a human town's entire workforce. Unfair trade agreements ensured that their governments were still reliant on elvish empire for most of their industries, keeping them subservient through indirect means even after earning their freedom. Wrangle knew this was about to change. He witnessed a group of bandits slaughter his private caravan with these weapons. Most of the hired guards fell before they could shield themselves with magic. The spell took too long to cast. Wrangle only survived because he was invisible before the humans fired on him, barely escaping into the night. The Council of Emerok didn't care. They attributed Wrangle's experience to bad timing and tactical mistakes, traveling in a crime-ridden colony after sundown. There wasn't any way a human force could defeat an elven one with proper planning. They wouldn't understand that enchanted arrows, due to the charging time they required, were too slow to shoot more than once before the gun wielder reloaded. Sure, they had more destructive potential, but that didn't matter when you were outnumbered or already dead. The fact that anyone could pull the trigger without much training meant that, when compared to the years of practice required for magical prowess, this new weapon was simply too efficient to ignore. For every soldier that fell on both sides, the humans would replace their casualties much quicker. It would spell doom for the Elven Empire. "Please, Council," said Wrangle, "I beseech you. At the very least, we should study this weapon and come up with a way to counter it." A lot of the council, looming above their millennia-old wooden high benches, still chuckled at the notion. Hensel, War Master of Emerok, also tried his best to hide his amusement. He acted as the unofficial leader of the council, a rising star of the empire that had become the youngest commander in imperial history. The plebeians loved him and deeply respected his father's legacy, to the point where the emperor himself acted wary of his popularity. Hensel actually respected Wrangle due to him being an old family friend. He clearly wanted to remain civil with the old merchant, despite the supposedly outrageous claim. That didn't make the condescension sting any less. Well, I'm sure the experience was troublesome. Don't you think that you're overreacting? It was just a bandit raid.
It's precisely my point. My bodyguards were competent soldiers. I only hire the best, and yet they died like rookies to lowly bandits. You have to believe me.
Hansel shook his head. I don't doubt your report. I just doubt that the weapon grants such an advantage. This is a dangerous assumption you're making, said Miriam, a portly elf with rosy cheeks. He wore an elegant green robe of sapphires and golden trimming, befitting of his fine sense of status. Due to his delicate position as president of the Merchants Guild, he rarely spoke at these meetings. This was an incredible exception. Everyone in the council took note of his serious tone. Rangel wouldn't bring this to us if he didn't warrant further examination. I've known him for over 2 centuries, and this is the first time he's ever pleaded directly to our council. Don't you think you are dismissing him too easily? Hansel narrowed his eyes, annoyed. Then why haven't they attacked us yet?
They might not understand their advantage, said Rangel.
Hansel chortled. If they're clever enough to create these overpowered guns, but not enough to realize their potential, then we have nothing to worry about. The rest of the council joined his laughter. Rangel pulled down his face in frustration.
They could be preying on our perceived superiority, gathering their forces as we speak. Isn't that how they gained sovereignty in the first place?
I get the merchant like you would think that, but as someone who has studied warfare, I can assure you there is no way a single weapon could produce such an overwhelming advantage, not when compared to a fireball or a lightning bolt. And that's without taking into account the sacred weapons like my sword, with enchantments that can rival the might of several battalions. The rest of the council, except Mirren, nodded along. Rangel sighed. I'm sorry, added Hansel. I understand this was a terrifying experience, but we have more important matters to discuss than soothing your anxieties. A merchant as esteemed as you shouldn't have to travel outside our borders, not at your age. Have you considered perhaps, retiring? After the meeting was over, Rangel went to his home and packed his bags, preparing for what would probably be his last trip. Hansel had a point. Rangel was a merchant, not a general. As a businessman, he knew the golden rule of all economic trade very well. The market doesn't give a crap about your opinion. If Rangel was right, then he stood to make a lot of money with the knowledge he had attained. Nobody else in the Empire would enter this market. They were too proud to consider adopting a human invention. At least, not until it was too late. Rangel knew that he could acquire the resources needed to make the best ones in the world. Once the conflict arrived at their doorstep, the council will have no choice but to buy them from him. It would make him the richest man in the Empire, if he played his cards right. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it alone. A partner was needed, someone who already had experience designing guns. That meant Rangel required a human to fulfill his ambition. He had to ride southeast towards the imperial colony of Muxor, which was where he was originally raided, then travel west through the marshlands until reaching the contested border, an active military zone between the human nations of Lucretia and Roulettenberg. From there on, his journey would grow more uncertain. Rangel would have to go from town to town in human disguise, learning more about guns as he ventured into those lands. Hopefully, traveling alone with little baggage would help avoid any monster or bandits. As he left Emerok behind in the horizon, he witnessed the eternal blossom tree glistening with rays of sunset in the distance. Its blue crystal leaves, deep emerald trunk, and golden flowers all bathed the city in a multicolored light, towering over every wooden skyscraper they had built. This was his people's divine shard, the crystalline embodiment of their faith in knowledge, nature, and victory. Its divine light shined all day and night for miles, burning up any monsters that experienced its radiance. The Imperial Palace was built into its hollowed-out base. There the Aetherist bloodline fulfilled their royal duty as representatives of the gods' immortal realm. Wrangle took several minutes to admire the view. This might be the last time he saw the ancient capital of his people. It would be a perilous journey into the human lands and require a great portion of his funds. But this wasn't about profits. Not completely, anyway. It could even force the Empire to actually respect the human nations, if they didn't get conquered by them. Wrangle spurred his horse away from the view with a heavy heart. Although painful, it provoked in him an interesting thought that kept him awake for the rest of the night. Legend said Rigel, the god of magic, planted the eternal blossom tree eons ago with the help of Artemisia, goddess of nature, and was crowned with flowers by Morthox, god of victory and king of the divine realm. Mixing the natural world with magic is what many believe gave elves their advantage over the other long-lived races. Following that logic, shouldn't it be possible to enhance guns with magic? End of story. 1405. The Curators, written by Alt Sci-Fi. Any idea what they want this time? Matt sat at his console in the stark, open room. Metal floors, flat white light, no windows, and very little in the way of furnishings. Trying to guess the motivations of Curators is like trying to hear the sound of one hand clapping over a tree falling in a forest with no one around, Daniela said. She sat in one other chair in the room, occasionally glancing over to Matt's console. But I do wish that they'd opened these portals closer to where I am. I had to cross 400 light years to get here. They can open these anywhere, right? That's what they say. I've seen them return people to planets and orbitals, drop them off right in front of their house. But when I get summoned, I have to come to this outpost. Well, they've always had a soft spot for you, Matt said. A pale yellow glow started in the middle of the open room. It turned gently pink, then became brighter. In moments, a tall circular portal with pastel shapes drifting across the surface floated millimeters above the floor. Wisps of fog rolled slowly around the edges and fell to the floor. You're right here, Matt said. Yep, Daniela replied. I'll be back shortly. Should we grab dinner tonight? I haven't had any decent pad thai since last time I was here. Sure. I'll see you then. Daniela stepped through the portal, as she had so many times before, and found herself on a new planet in a direction she had never determined. It was evening, with a low orange sun hugging the horizon. She was standing on a path through heavy woods and could see a small river reflecting the setting sun through the undergrowth. The air was warm and filled with the smell of plants and animals. She followed the path a few dozen steps that she knew well enough to do in her sleep. Sitting on a rock, as always, was Pal. He was a small, furry biped this time, barely half a meter tall. Daniela had always asked to see his true form, but he liked the freedom to choose, and so he always would have a new face and body every time he saw her. Good evening, Pal, Daniela said, as she came into view. And to you, Daniela, Pal said. He rolled around on his fat bottom to better face her. This is a beautiful place you've selected. Thank you. It has always been one of my favorites. This world never evolved carnivores. It is peaceful, Pal said. He half smiled, and the corners of his eyes turned up. What's with the formal summons? Daniela took a seat on the fallen log. Pal sighed and put his hands on his stubby legs. I am afraid that our time is drawing to a close, my dear. What? I just got you. No, Pal said, smiling. Not the time between you and I. I speak of my people, who you call the Curators. My species' long time in the sun ends, and we are at the twilight of our era. Daniela searched Pal's face for any signs of a joke or illness, but saw nothing like that. I I don't know what to say. I didn't know your time could end.
Pal chuckled to himself. Oh, yes. We are long-lived, but we are not immortals. Well, not in this life, anyway. Do you know how old I am?
Daniela shook her head.
238,619 years by your calendar.
My God, pal, you're older than my entire civilization. Maybe my entire species.
Yes, Pal nodded and looked to the ground. I am at that. I've watched your species since you were infants. You humans started as an assignment and grew into an obsession. I have loved your race as I have loved my own children. But even so, my time ends.
Daniela felt tears beginning to sting her eyes. Surely, there's something your doctors can do. I mean, you can't die. You're a curator. You can conjure miracles out of nothing. Dying is so boring. So beneath you.
My dear Daniela, dying is the last thing I want. But not for my sake. I would stay here forever and watch you bloom into the species I know in my heart you were destined to be. Do you know what my species' natural lifespan is?
No, you're almost a 250,000 years old. I couldn't guess, Daniela said.
A little over 150 years. About like an earth tortoise.
Powell paused to let Daniela take that in.
Long, long ago, when we were not much different from how humans are now, we discovered methods to extend our lives. I was born not long after. My life has been stretched from one end of time to the other. Now, I will be the last of my people to die. That is why I brought you here.
To watch you die?
Pal laughed softly. No, that'll not be necessary. As I said, my people's time in the universe draws to a close. We are, moving on, you might say. But I've chosen to stay behind to help you. I've given my life, and gladly, to see humanity through this. Besides, my people do not want an old relic like me pottering around with them through eternity. No, I have earned my rest, and I will seek my task through.
I don't understand.
We are called Curators. We selected a name from your language that was close to our role. But gardeners may be more fitting. We have tended to many other species growing in the universe. Out of all of them, none have made it as far as you. Some destroyed themselves through war or fouling their worlds. Some were victims of pure bad luck. It is my eternal joy that you have made it through your childhood.
But you're so much more advanced than us. Our childhood isn't close to being over. Not if you're anything to go by.
The ending of childhood is painful, Pal said. Painful for the child. Painful for the parent. There is a line that must be crossed and which can never be uncrossed. We have watched over you as you develop, and you are now ready to take our place as the gardeners of this universe.
Daniela was breathless. We can't replace you. We still need your help in so many areas. Your wisdom has been... I can't accept this. You're my friend.
Daniela rushed over to Pal and hugged him tight, burying her face in his tiny, soft shoulder. Yes, Daniela, I am your friend, Pal said, gently patting her head, and I will miss you too. But humans are ready to become the new gardeners. It'll be painful, and you'll make mistakes, just as we did. You will watch with unbridled joy and bottomless sorrow as the races you tend rise and fall. We have stayed far longer than we should have already. Gardeners must give their charges room to grow. Humanity cannot grow as long as we are here. You would be stunted.
Daniela pulled her tear-stained face from Pearl's shoulder. I feel like a baby bird being pushed out of the nest.
An apt description. You must learn to fly on your own. No one can learn that for you.
What is it that you expect us to do, exactly?
My species is the 8th we know of which has taken this role. You will be the 9th. The original Curators were the first sapient species to evolve after creation. They looked throughout the cosmos and found themselves alone. They were despondent. An ever-growing universe with only a single spark of intelligence in the void. They found ways to extend their lives and discovered wondrous technologies. Eventually, they stumbled across another intelligent species, much younger and much simpler, but intelligent nonetheless. The first Curators watched over them and tried to uplift them, taught them science and mathematics, gave them rudimentary technology. Rudimentary by the standards of the first creators, mind you. The nascent species destroyed themselves in a firestorm of war and anger. It was like giving a child a bomb. The first Curators were heartbroken. Thus began the first rule. Younger species must grow on their own. To give them knowledge they have not earned will only lead to suffering.
That is why you never shared anything with us, Daniela said.
Yes, Pearl said. Although my species once tried to circumvent the first rule, and it ended nearly as badly as for the first Curators. We were arrogant and thought we knew better than our predecessors. It seems every generation of Curators must learn the rules for themselves to respect them.
What about the Greystone event, when you diverted the gamma-ray burst away from Earth?
Thus, we come to the second rule. Nature is heartless and uncaring, but we need not be. Stopping a natural phenomenon from exterminating a sapient species is no crime. After all, we and our inventions are part of nature of this universe as well.
How many rules are there? Daniela asked.
Not many. The third rule is that each species must be given room to grow. The fourth rule is to search for and train your replacements that they might carry on the legacy. The rules for being a Curator are simple to state and simple to learn, but onerous to follow. When you return to your station, you'll have a book that has the rules and a few things that we have learned about adhering to them.
So, why have the Curators at all? Surely it would be better to let each civilization grow on its own. Isn't that the ultimate expression of the first rule?
Pearl nodded. We have had similar debates amongst my people long ago. This entire universe has been lucky. If the first Curators had been cruel, all intelligent species that followed them would have been killed or enslaved. But the first Curators were kind. However, of all the species they watched, only some showed the same propensity for kindness. Other species never advanced beyond tribalism and oppression. One of the tasks of a Curator species is to guard against those species, the cowardly and cruel. The vital task of a Curator species is to find their own replacement. That's you.
We guard the universe against evil civilizations gaining control.
Well, most civilizations aren't evil. I've even come to believe that individuals are not evil. But individuals and civilizations can certainly hurt other individuals and civilizations. That's what you're preventing. Intentional suffering of growing intelligent species. good and evil. Well, we're not gods to sit in judgment over other beings. We are curators.
This is a lot to take in, Daniela said. You're leaving, and we have some pretty big shoes to fill.
We felt the same way. We still have records of the 7th Curators turning over the responsibility to us. There was a society-wide soul-searching. Were we worthy? Were we up to the task? Should we walk away from this responsibility that we never asked for? The debates raged for centuries. What ended it was a compromise. We would take up the mantle of curatorship in a local galaxy. We would do our best and try not to be overwhelmed. If it became too much, we would walk away from it. As time passed, we grew into our new role, as you will grow into yours.
Daniela said, I can't imagine humans ever replacing you.
Pell laughed. You are the 9th generations of curators to say that.
Daniela said, Can I ask you one thing before you leave?
There is very little left for me to teach you, my dear, but I'll answer what I can.
Can I see your real form? You have a different body every time I talk to you, and you've never even told me what your original form looks like.
This, Pell said, waving towards his tiny furry body, is the natural form of my people. It is something of a tradition for curators to only have this conversation in the most basic and simple format. We appear on our birth bodies, and we sit on the uninhabited world with no artifice separating us from our successors. It is a form of deep respect for those that we've chosen to follow us.
Daniela wiped away a tear hanging from the corner of her eye. Thank you, Pearl.
Now, if I may, I do have one question for you.
Daniela barked out a laugh before she could stop. That'll be a first.
Yes, I suppose it might. Daniela, do you think that we were good? That we fulfill our duty of guiding the intelligent species of the universe? Were we good parents?
Daniela nodded. Yes, Pal. You were good.
Pal looked down and choked back tears. That is good. I'm glad of that.
He looked back up into Daniela's eyes.
Pal cleared his throat and began to speak in a formal voice. I speak to you now as curator to curator. Carry on our legacy. Have faith in yourselves as we have faith in you. Protect those weaker than you and help those in need. We turn over the guiding of this universe to humans of planet Earth. The sun is setting on our time, but a new dawn awaits. Farewell, Curator Humanity, 9th of a noble and sacred line. End of story.
1406. Story number 1. GPMG. Written by Doth Hath Depression.
Alad, Afon.
The two brothers embraced each other, both clinging to what seemed like a ghost that had risen from the grave. A cruel, yet wonderful trick for the heavens to play upon them.
Alad, I thought you were dead. But the rumors of Tharrowoods keeps destruction false. I'd heard that the humans had flattened it with unnatural force, that there were no survivors found in what was left that wasn't rubble.
He spouted, shaking nearly, crying in relief of his siblings' safety.
What about you? I had heard the 4th and 5th Pike battalions were demolished when they came up against the human tanks. I didn't know it was even possible to survive an encounter from what I've heard and seen. You know these monsters by name.
This was too much for Affan to handle. Not only had his brother returned from the grave, he was looking better than the last time they had met. Wasn't he a prisoner of war? There were no signs of torture. He seemed well-fed and rather healthy, and now he was speaking in a tongue of their sworn enemy.
I can see you're confused and quite likely, but I believe we have catching up to do as family, replied Alad.
He seemed strangely at ease in regards to his current status. Afon needed to know what had happened, and so Alad told him. He talked about huge steel birds that floated through the air, screaming and wailing, turning the ground below to a burning plain of rubble and ash. He talked about arrowhead-shaped creatures the size of Virums, then struck across the sky spitting lightning, and how they could cripple greater dragons in one blow. He talked about huge metal rods that pointed towards the sky and summoned death upon any in their way, as well as how the humans had treated the captives with respect and kindness, regardless of magical or not. By the time he finished, Afon was entranced in a spiraling combination of wonder and fear. The humans could punch holes through golems and wipe out entire armies, yet would treat prisoners of war in such a way. Such attitudes were unheard of even in less competitive races, let alone these mockeries of nature. This had to be a lie, some cruel prank cast by the humans. He would soon see past the charade and witness the true nature. His train of thought was broken by an armed human shouting at their group, not threateningly as far as their language went, but so that all were made aware of it. Last meal. We can talk more later. For now we should go and eat. Look at you, the rations must be getting really bad. You look half-starved. Alad spoke so casually of prison food that it almost seemed like he was looking forward to it. What could one look forward to, though? The rations of the non-magical folk were pathetic on good days. How could a person stand what prisoners were meant to eat? Fish. Almost an entire fish, minus for its head, but enough to cover half his plate, and was covered in some kind of crispy shell. Also, serving it on a white, smooth plate. Surely only nobles would be fed in such a way. Next to the fish was a quarter of the plate's portion of golden oblong shapes, maybe some kind of vegetable, and fresh vegetables filling the final quarter. Food fit for a lord or a general for sure, yet given to lowly magicless prisoners. The world surely had gone mad. What was most surprising was the second plate given to them. It was some sort of baked spongy mat of brown confectionery, and it smelled divine. Accompanying these was a cup made of strange material filled with some kind of sweet juice. Why would they waste such precious food on them? It didn't matter for how long, as he demolished everything in his path, drowning out the blissful euphoria of a hearty meal. After all were done eating, they were taken back to the huts of the fenced compound and given time to prepare for sleep. Perhaps, if we're lucky tomorrow, we might be able to watch the humans practice during our break, Alad said, with such glee. To watch the humans practice so that they could go off and destroy more of his own kind with the strange devices and weapons. Then again, Afon had never seen how human weapons worked. Maybe a quick look wouldn't hurt. The humans were spaced out in a line, facing wooden targets about 1/4 of a fey mile away. Each had a rod and was lying on his belly, pointing at the wooden boards. 3 cracks could be heard, as each rod spouted a little burst of smoke and flame. At that very moment, 3 of the targets had holes blown through them. This much accuracy, at this range, impossible. Then they repeated, blasting flame at a steady pace. Even the most skilled bowmen could not draw their bows that fast, let alone with such accuracy. Then a larger metal device was placed down, standing on 3 legs. 2 humans positioned themselves next to it, and it roared to life, rocking forwards and backwards, the cracking sound repeating in tenfold, completely demolishing the wooden targets that lay before them. It was horrifying to think that mere foot soldiers were given such weapons to spread terror and destruction to all in their way. It was this that had wiped out the pike formation, cutting them down like wheat to the wrath of a farmer's scythe. And here he stood, watching it, like a child watched a soldier draw his sword and strike at a straw man. "What is that, Alad?" His words were almost lost to the sound. "The humans call it a GPMG. It roughly translates into a mechanical weapon for all purposes." How was he so casual about this? Such weapons allowed soldiers to rival mages. That was it. The world had gone insane. He gave up. There was no escaping his fate now. If the humans wanted the kingdom, they could have it. He carried on with the work the humans had gave him, content in forgetting this madness. End of story. Story number 2. The humans don't know. They hope. Written by Cal Bynes. We were wrong about humans, and not by their strength or their intellect. Those were well known. They were planned for over months. Not any flaw in that math. The problem was so different, so alien to us. At first we thought that we had overestimated their intellect. Despite all of our best prediction models, something had to be off about their intelligence. But as the war dragged on, we thought that they were getting dumber, if anything. That's what it looked like to us. What creature would use their flagship to defend even 100 others' escape? What sane species would leave legions on a planet as their fleet left? What being would detonate a grenade in their hand before letting their position fall? And how did it work? Either they had to have a hidden rival of ours in the background helping, or we were wrong. We were, of course, but not about what we thought. Somehow, almost every one of those seemingly insane moves worked. Those ships that were saved at the loss of a flagship came back and hit our fleet even harder. That legion left on the planet held it until we had to bombard them from orbit, destroying every resource left on that planet in the process. That single grenade took out dozens of soldiers, giving the humans defending enough time to push forward, holding their position another day longer. It took me a while to see, combing over every piece of footage off of helmet cameras and drones, painstakingly scraping through audio files. I spent almost a year on the subject before I realized what we didn't account for, why they managed to turn everything around. There wasn't a hidden ally helping them, some flaw in our predictive models because of a misinput or using the wrong variable for their intelligence. The humans didn't know anything. The admiral of their fleet didn't know if the rest of their ships would get out, whether or not they would be able to fight or even turn the tide of another battle another day. The soldiers left in hell didn't know how long they would be able to hold. They didn't know if they could delay us long enough for rescue, or if they would force us to almost destroy the planet to kill them. The soldier holding the grenade didn't know if it would save his siblings in arms, whether he would take any of us down with him, whether his death would mean anything. Every one of the great feats wasn't planned. They weren't calculated. They didn't even think most of them would work. But they did it anyways. They threw planets, ships, lives, themselves into the fray, not carelessly, but with hope. Some faint hope that their sacrifice would change it all, that it would at least just give their race another chance, another second. They still don't know. Those dead humans will never know. They knew they would never know. That's what separates the humans from us. They don't need calculations. They don't need percentages or anything concrete. They just need hope. And that's enough. End of story. 1407. Piloting a can full of whoop-ass, written by Japarthing. My shuttle orbited over the Perskelian stronghold, drifting just out of reach of their orbital cannons. I looked around the drop bay at the other occupants. There were 50 of us in total, all clad in the same 1.5-ton power armor. Most of us had given our armor a personalized paint job to separate ourselves from from the olives. There were a few of them in our platoon, their armor still stock olive drab without any scuffs or marks. I envied them as I recalled my first drop. I adjusted the rate of fire on my mag repeater and sealed my helmet. I'd seen too many veterans get cocky and leave their helmet off till the last minute, only to suffocate to death in the vacuum when the hull got breached. As I donned my helmet, I was greeted by music of choice for our CO. We all referred to him as CO, even though everyone knew his name, which, for the record, was Richard Cummins, so we obliged him and called him CO. The music in question was a Martian metal band recounting the first human assault on the Pescelian territory. It was his personal favorite, and against my will, I'd memorized the lightning-fast lyrics and found myself mimicking the lines. One of the rookies in our unit interrupted the music. "And you're absolutely certain that Nakota completed their side of the mission, because if they don't take down the point defense, we're all jumping into a cluster feck." He was interrupted by the pilot. "We're beginning drop procedures, everybody. Get your vac suits ready and make sure your vents work, or you'll waste perfectly good set of armor. Also, you'll be dead. We're 2 minutes out and counting." I focused on my breathing and followed the frantic beat of the music. The G-forces around me shifted, and if I wasn't magnetically mounted to the floor of the ship, I'd be floating in the air. The engines kicked in for a course correction. G-forces pushed us to the back of the ship. I grabbed a heavy gauge bar above me. The rookie piped in again. "'Cause I'm not dying because some bugger didn't know which end of the rifle to use." The rest of the squad laughed and opened comms. "You've never met a Nakota, have you, Jennings?" said our CO. "No, sir. Grew up in Amber Station. Never met an alien other than a Varlance." "Then believe me when I say they ain't cannon fodder. Pescelian com traffic is nominal, which means our insect compadres are fine. Just follow orders and shoot what we tell you to, and you'll be fine. And for God's sake, adjust your grenades. I don't want you clearing a room with 2 kiloton grenade by accident." We all had a chuckle as Jennings fumbled with his 8 grenades and dialed them all the way to the lowest setting. I spotted a few other rookings doing the same. CO wasn't kidding either. The number of squads killed by an idiot rookie going full nuclear with one of the grenades was sparking debate on whether or not to put training wheels on their grenades. 30 seconds and counting. Last one out, lock the door, said the pilot. CO switched comms to one way and began linking the squad to the rest of the army and support vessels. My visor updated with the positions of orbiting bombardment ships and their targeted regions, ammo status of any supporting ships, as well as status reports of all nearby squads. Lastly, the visor provided a digital outline of the battlefield that we'd be fighting in. Fortified areas and those with disadvantageous terrain were outlined, and enemy force concentrations were marked by red zones on the map, with friendly forces as green. Nakota were notorious for disabling their transmitters to stay off the network. Why? Because they are properly paranoid and make things complicated as a result. "All right," the CO said. "We and the rest of 6th Company are dropping onto the industrial capital of the planet. Our mission is to purge the region of ground troops and seize these factories." Several buildings a few kilometers in size became highlighted. The Pescelians are developing a new atmosphere and vacuum fighter in those factories, so bombardment is out. We need the prototypes intact. All other structures are fair game. All non-combatants are secondary priority. Capture if possible, and if not, fry 'em. The Nakota are disabling short-range point defense so that we can drop directly on top of the industrial park. After that, our orders are to push to the facilities through their defensive lines. "Dropping in 5, everybody. Nice knowing you," the pilot said. I counted down in my head and held my breath. The floor gave way beneath my feet. We immediately plummeted to the planet below. All around us, other drop ships were doing the same, depositing thousands of drop troops to the planet below. CO, being an audiophile he is, switched from the pump-up metal to old Earth classical. I'm not sure what code jockey thought a combat computer needed a display for music, but whoever they were deserve a raise. Verdi Requiem blasted through our speakers as we engaged our reactor thrusters to get into an impact trajectory with the planet. Just over the horizon of the planet, the Verlon Striker fleet dueled the Pescalian orbital garrison and Pescalian Third Fleet. From this distance, I could make out individual Varlan ships jumping into and out of subspace to attack the Pescalians from new angles. With any luck, we could destroy both fleets and wipe out their escorted transports. We'd have complete control of the system at that point. I felt the atmosphere push against my feet while we fell planetside. The further into the atmosphere, the more of me became consumed in fire. Outside my armor, the heat would cook flesh into ash in seconds, while inside, it was standing at a cozy 21 centigrade. "We are 20K from the drop zone, 10 more, and we'll be within short-range point defense kill zone. Let's hope the infiltration team did their job," said the CO. "I thought you said that they were fine," shouted Jennings. "A little late to complain about that now, rookie," replied the CO. "Odds are Pescalian point defense won't kill you." Jennings sighed in relief. "Oh, thank God." "Exactly. Me personally, I am more worried about the heavily contested industrial heartland that we're about to land in, or my reactor thrust cutting out and plummeting to my death. Odds are at least one of us will die when we hit the ground." "I'm not completely green, sir," said Jennings. "I know how to do an orbit jump." Our descent slowed as we hit thicker parts of the atmosphere, and still there was no point defense fire. "Sir," shouted Sergeant Coke, "Pescalian comms just jumped through the roof. They're freaking out down there. I think we lost the element of surprise." "Nakota must have been found out." I could hear the CO curse under his breath. "Time to do what humans do best, ladies and gentlemen. Pulling alien asses out of fire. Targeting computers are getting in range. I want you pre-aimed and primed before we touch down. Impact in 10. My targeting computer came online and outlined well over 1,000 points on the horizon. I warmed up the coils of my rifle. I kicked on the vent thrusters, and a cloud of superheated coolant exploded out of my back in a barely controlled burst. My vision darkened as the G-forces hit 15 for a moment. I felt my feet hit the ground hard. Shock servos blew out as they broke the fall and kept my body from doing a convincing impression of an accordion. I didn't have time to adjust my eyes to the dust-swept landscape and relied on target pips on my visor to know where to shoot. Each pull of the trigger sent out a burst of 50 tungsten carbide pellets. I shouldered my rifle and lined up target after target, allowing my computer to mark the next target and adjust for windage and distance. Around me, the platoon ignored cover and focused on advancing towards the targets. Our greatest strength was our shock. In a 3-day engagement, we inflicted a third of the casualties within the first hour. "They're stuck in. Call your targets and flush them out," said the CO. I painted a cluster of squads on the second floor of a factory. I dialed back a grenade to 2 tons and loaded it into the mag launcher on my shoulder. The others did the same. When we launched our grenades, the whole earth shook. 17 explosions ranging from half a ton to 3 tons worth of TNT went off in short succession. "Looks like everyone but Jennings made it," said the CO. I looked over to where he'd landed. His legs and half his torso were flattened to the ground. "The poor bastard flooded his reactor and lost thrust," said Coke. She bowed her head in respect. "We don't have time to grieve right now," said the CO. "We're bleeding initiative." Everyone solemnly agreed and pressed forward into the industrial park as the battle raged around us. We charged towards the blown-out buildings with over 100 Pescalian infantry in it. 4 of our own kneeled down and sprayed bursts of tungsten at any of them, too stupid to try and get a snapshot off. Meanwhile, Coke and I turned on our vent thrusters and loaded another batch of grenades into our launcher. We jumped 6 stories to the top of the building and fired our grenades at the roof. I watched hundreds of tons of concrete and cerama steel crumble on top of the Pescalians pinned down by suppressing fire. Coke was the first to drop down through the debris and begin hunting down survivors. I joined her
and combed through the halls while the rest of the squad checked the lower levels. Coke and I found a wounded Pescelian warrior clutching at a Takari blade and slicing away at a leg to free herself. Coke looked at me and shrugged. She pulled out a sidearm and pointed it at the Pescelian warrior. With one pull of the trigger, a layer of white foam coated her face and she fell unconscious. I pulled out my knife and chopped through her leg. Once free, I doused the wound in biofoam. We walked away and declared the level clear. I tagged the Pescelian warrior for recovery. Sparing the wounded made capturing prisoners much easier. Get a reputation for not taking prisoners, and they'll fight to the last. Get a reputation for sparing them, and break their morale quickly enough, they give up. 4 grenades, 1,000 rounds, and 12 buildings later, we'd breached the Pescelian lines of defense and fell upon the facility alongside 2 other squads of our platoon. In total, 28 of us came down in a titanic building. We grouped up into fire teams of 2 and breached the building. We were right behind the detonation, relying on our armor to absorb the shock. On the other side, I spotted 4 dead and a hallway scattered with cover. Over a dozen Pescelian trained their rifles on me. I felt my armor disintegrate in thin layers to absorb the laser fire. I switched my rifle to chainsaw grip and sprayed down their positions. Pescelian torsos were cleaved from their legs in one sweep of my weapon. Coke and I switched to magnesium rounds, and I'd set most of the targets on her side on fire. I set my grenade to fission before moving forward. Coke and I pushed through the dilapidated walls to the main hangar. Our section of the hangar was deathly quiet. Pescelian bodies lay on the ground with subtle burn marks in their backs and heads. We looked around trying to find the source of the kills. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shimmer that my suit had ignored. I set my rifle to it and held fire until I could identify it. The shimmer stopped and examined me. A moment later the shimmer was gone, and in its place a 4-armed figure, dropped from the wall, had approached us. "Many thanks for the assistance," it said. Looking over the figure, it was obvious that it was a Nakota. Its armor was similar to ours, sans the heavy 2-centimeter plating. In its place was a rough metallic mesh, which I assumed was camo mesh the Nakota were infamous for using. It carried an X-ray rifle with 2 additional smaller X-ray beams on its shoulders. Its lower hands had access to 2 fearsome-looking nanoblades as well. "We were a diversion, weren't we?" I asked. "Very astute. The most effective one at that. Pescelians are organized, but are predictable. As soon as you made groundfall, their warriors went exactly where they needed to be, and where we wanted them to be. I hope that you are not offended." I shrugged. "Just let us know ahead of time next time, so we don't try too hard." "And that's why we didn't." I looked next to the Nakota at the fighter draped in graphene tops. From under the form-fitting fabric, it was clear to see from my uneducated eye that it looked badass. What? I'm a grunt, not an engineer. "Was it worth it?" I asked, motioning at the fighter. "We hope so." My comm opened up. It was the CO. "Fleming, Coke, we got problems. The Pescelian broke through the blockade. The entire First Army of Orbis is going planetside. Group up! We have to hold this place whether we want to or not." "Coke, go ahead. I'll catch up." I turned my attention to the Nakota. "Can we count on your assistance?" The Nakota nodded. "In this moment, our fates hinge on the same result. So, yes." End of story. 1408. Story number 1. The Harriers, written by Doth Hath Depression. It was only a few days since the Vulcan had ravaged his fortress, and the life in the human encampment turned out to be quite enjoyable. As unusual as they were. Wake up when the humans commanded it, put on the prisoners' clothes that they supplied, which had to be modified to account for the face wings. Eat the strange yet palatable food they give you. Toasted bread with pulp fruit and a bowl of what seemed like mashed oats and milk. Whatever it was savory sweet and filling. And that's all that mattered.
then moved into the camp under the watchful eye of the guard and shunned boxes of pointed metal cylinders and containers of strange liquid. Oh, and watched the humans' creations in action. Whenever the Fae were given time to rest, a lot gathered around where the humans' flying machines would rise into the air and soar into the distance with a howl that vibrated through their chests. They'd seen the Vulcan being prepared for war, with humans disappear into its belly, followed by egg-shaped metal balls that hung from the guts of the beast. Were these what caused so much destruction? He didn't know enough English to ask. There were also smaller, pointier machines. These, he guessed, filled their equivalent of the role of the Virem. They were sleek. They didn't make such a terrifying noise as the Vulcan, yet were still just as imposing, and in order to fly, had to run across the field in the same fashion. All except one. This one, called the Harrier, could rise into the air like a bird, yet its wings didn't flap. Instead, it pushed hot air into the ground beneath it. It hovered like a fly, before shooting forward like an arrow. Of course, there were other machines that acted like this, ones that spanned blades around their heads and looked strangely similar to insects. But the Harrier seemed special, so we regarded it fondly. The day followed through with 2 more meals and plenty of work. Watched the humans march in unison, arms swinging, rods resting on the shoulders. A terrifying sight to anyone who knew what power they possessed. Then it was back into the hut to sleep and then repeat everything the next day. Except he wasn't woken by the knocking of the door and the shout of a human. He was woken by many shouts and the roar of a dragon. This was why the generals hadn't ordered any dragons into battle. They were stockpiling them for an attack of the humans. There must have been over 180 Virems and maybe 15 king dragons, as well as numerous lesser species. Below the humans were all rushing into action, ground-mounted rods erupting in puffs of smoke and others spitting fire at rapid pace. As the prisoners rushed out to huts seeking shelter, they watched as the human flying machines roared to life, each one filing onto the stone strip, except for the Harriers. As soon as their riders climbed on and into them, they crawled to an adjacent space and rose into the air, darting forwards into the legions of dragons. And they danced in the air. As they met in the sky, they bobbed and weaved like birds of prey, erupting lightning from their fronts that struck the Virems down, crumpling as if they were made of parchment. For the king dragons, however, it seemed like even the humans were unable to penetrate their hide. That thought was quickly dispelled, however. Then a white plume of cloud appeared to spring from the Harrier, and an object smashed straight into the side of the king dragon, erupting in a brilliant flame and ending its life swiftly. Throughout this, the Fae started to have conflicting thoughts and feelings. Do they pray for the humans? They had treated them with respect and honor, even though they were enemies. But shouldn't they have their minds set on the victory of the Fae? This was their kingdom. The humans were invaders. It was too much to think about. So they simply settled down and watched. The battle raged on, the legions of Fae held back by the crushing power of the human war machines, with crawling steel beasts eradicating all that were on the opposing end of their rods, and the bug-like ones spreading fire and lightning across the rows of shields and spears, magic crackling in the distance, merely bouncing off the steel bodies. It was hopeless. Soon all the human flying machines were in the air, and the dragons started to fall in triplicate, completely eradicating any resistance. Only to turn upon the armies of the Fae. There was no winning this battle. He had made up his mind. There is no point trying to oppose such a devastating force if it's already won. The humans were his new masters now, and there was no going back. End of story. Story number 2. Irresistible, written by Diomek. Until the human representative set foot on the capital, The whole galaxy was clueless. It made sense in hindsight. Human technology was rather primitive compared to the galactic standard. Their systems weren't compatible with the others and wouldn't be for several years. And since the humans obviously didn't speak galactic norm, every piece of correspondence had to be translated. For convenience sake, the Galactic Council and Earth government stuck to text-based communication. In the meantime, the humans worked hard on updating their systems, and the galactic tech started integrating human language into the intergalactic neural net, which allowed for instantaneous communications. 6 years after initial contact for the humans, they were invited to the capital to begin the application process for new species. It did not go as expected. Ambassador, diplomat, whatever her title was, Maria Abano waited patiently for her escort. "Welcome," said a robotic, clearly artificial voice. A slug-looking alien slithered towards her. Maria's personal AI helpfully informed her that the slug was known as Representative 398470. The species, who were known as the 99,999, used numbers instead of true names. They were also blind, deaf, and mute. Among their own, they communicated mainly through telepathy. "Thank you, Representative," she replied in galactic norm. Her relative fluency in the lingua franca of the galaxy was another reason that the government had selected her to represent humanity. "Yes, yes, follow me." 3984 slid away, and Maria followed. As they passed others in the hall, Maria made sure to smile, nod, and say hello. It wouldn't hurt to be polite. For some reason, that seemed to be, putting it simply, freak the other aliens out. Her greetings caused a tentacle squid to drop his tablet, a green humanoid to run into a wall, and a bunny dog hybrid to jump 5 feet into the air. "Googs," she hissed at her AI. "Am I breaching any protocols or traditions?" "None that I know of," whispered the AI in her ear. "Your standard greeting should be inoffensive to a majority of species." Maria frowned, but decided to ignore it. They had arrived in the main hall, and she had bigger things to worry about. She smiled and murmured a thank you to the intimidating guards who opened the door for her. The hulking crab giants immediately slumped to the ground. She blinked in confusion, but before she could do anything, the doors automatically closed behind her. "To the platform," reminded the AI. Representative 3984 had finished the introductions, and now it was her turn to speak for humanity. Members from 1,000 alien species watched and waited as she climbed up the long stairs. Maria plastered a polite grin as she stood in front of the ruling chamber for the galactic government. "Don't screw this up," she thought. "Greetings, representatives. I stand before you to convey the thanks of—" The reaction was instantaneous. Some screeched, some flew into the air, and countless others fainted. The SDO's eyes, I literally fell out of the eye socket. Only a few species were unaffected. Humanity?" Maria trailed off as the pandemonium before her. She'd given plenty of speeches before, but never had gotten that reaction. "What do I do?" Googs was silent for a few seconds. "I do not know the answer." Thankfully for Maria, their reaction was technically not her fault. It turned out that humans had irresistible voices when compared to the rest of alien species. Immediately, the demand for human voice recordings and music skyrocketed exponentially. From then on, other aliens had to communicate with humans through mediums like the internet or hire deaf middlemen to do it for them. Humans could involuntarily hypnotize many aliens with just their voice. It made negotiations for non-humans troublesome, to say the least. Pirated recordings of humans immediately became part of the black market, and the governments of the more sensitive species labeled them as Class 7 drugs. Unsurprisingly, Morgan Freeman was classified as a weapon of mass destruction. His voice started several religions and became the preferred method of unaliving amongst many species. Dying from pure orgasmic happiness was certainly much better than the alternatives. End of story. 1409. Story double 1. Interesting. Written by Aranya P. Ah, hello there, dearest readers. I see that you've clicked on the link to me. Perhaps wondering what this story will be about. Why it's named the way it was. Well, I won't keep you waiting for long then. See, quite some time ago, that you'd say was a long time, I didn't know of Earth at all, of its interesting quirks and people. And the most interesting thing I'd ever done was just floating along through the mostly empty, nearly infinite vastness of space, occasionally poking at the stars and making them explode. Oh, it was a joy for me. But that does get boring quickly. Fortunately for my non-existent sanity, I found something that is quite, interesting, you see. It was a space empire, hell-bent on conquering as many floating rocks as they possibly could for one reason or another. I think they were called the HFY, or something of that manner. It doesn't really matter, though. So I found myself a space empire, shooting itself across the universe looking for more rocks to plant their flags in, or taking it from other species. And I have to say, the destruction and pain that they've brought, the pure chaos that it brings, absolutely wonderful. Oh, I shiver just at the thought of it. And they kept going on and on about it, too. Sometimes they'd fail to find anything of interest for a while. Or I did first, so I just poke a ship or two of theirs during a warp travel to have it appear where I wanted them to be, and watch the fun unfold. It was usually worth a chuckle or two as they land their ships and fight the natives. But things were getting old rather quickly. Old, repetitive, boring. Watching the HFY slaughtering others was only amusing the first couple thousand times. It was really starting to become bored of that. My mind was again wondering if I could get them to fight each other. That'd be quite interesting, wouldn't you think? Well, before I could do anything about it, I found your world. Earth, it was, mediocre, to be honest. No offense, of course. And then I found your people, the humans. And you were the most boring-looking things that I'd ever laid my eyes on. Surely, you couldn't possibly have anything interesting for me. But I am not one to waste, so I poked a couple of HFY ships during warp over the planet's orbit. Perhaps I'll get a chuckle out of the destruction of your species, I thought. The HFY, in their boring, repetitive, and expected ways, landed the ship upon seeing this new world. They saw its natives and, like me at first, thought you weak. They'd march out and burn every building in their way, putting up their flags and generally conquering things all around. It had yet to get interesting, and even as I watched, I couldn't help but feel bored. You see, a thing gets its head chopped off by a power axe 100,000 times. You saw it all. On the third day, I was about to leave. Nothing interesting seemed to be coming out of this world until the HFY camp was awoken by the strange bellowing sound. They came out to see what it was and was met with the human army. This caught me right before I left, and I chose to at least watch your futile attempts in protecting your world. It was usually the most fun part, after all. The HFY formed their companies. They shouted their war cries and readied their power armors. Then their shouts of excitement died in their throats when the very sky turned red. Weapons that streaked across the blue sky in a trail of fire rained down upon their column with horrifying results. I could taste the delicious chaos wafting from their ranks as confusion broke out. Their ears were ringing. Their cries of war were replaced by mewlings of a wounded and cries of pain. Then the second barrage came. The HFY's column, thought indestructible,
was devastated. Oh, they tried to gather themselves together admirably, but it was no use, because you see, moments after the third barrage had crushed them into the ground, the human war machine crashed into them. The air was filled with that delicious sound of metal crunching against flesh and bone, with the pained, panicked cries of the invaders who thought themselves indomitable, their worlds crushed beyond recognition. And the best of all, the sweet, delicious chaos that it all causes. More intense than any other that I've ever experienced. Just when I thought it was all over, the human infantry charged. They charged right into the staggering invaders, these weak-looking, puny-looking humans crashing into beings larger than them, more naturally evolved for combat than them, with nothing but weapons and armor that they'd made for themselves. I knew I was wrong about humanity then, as the last whimper of the dying Angzi was cut short, and I knew I had found my new favorite. The next thing I needed to do was make a friend out of the leader, of course. So I went to the leader of these amazing warriors, and after they tried and failed to kill me, we sat down and had a chat over some tea. I must say, my first human friend was wonderfully interesting man, fascinating beyond belief, and with a very curious sense of humor. Such an interesting man he was, that Julius Caesar. End of story. Story number 2. System of the Primates, written by Indie Kid 1011. Seval winced as consciousness returned to him. The memory of the pirate attack caused him to jolt up. Only he couldn't tell what ship he was on, but he knew somehow that it wasn't the pirate's ship. He came up with his hands on knees and took a quick scan of the surrounding area. It appeared to be a cargo hold or a scavenger bay. He hoped it was the former, as scavengers always expected payment for rescuing anyone. When a bulkhead opened, he held his reservations about any species that it could be, but was shocked to see that it was not one but 3 races that he hadn't seen before. The first to come through was the shortest of the 3, being almost waist-height on the second alien. Unlike the others based on its slender appearance, the third one was taller than the slender one, but it was reasonably close. The significant difference was that the facial features were proportioned vastly different. The slender one seemed to admonish the other 2 upon seeing me. The language wasn't one I recognized, but the translator in my ear did. "He's injured, and you didn't take him to the medbay." "He could be dangerous," the short one answered. "You can disarm him. The beds contain restraints, and I'd be surprised if he'd put much of a fight against the 4 on-site guards in the medbay." The slender one replied curtly. The short one grumbled before being cut off by the large one. "He hasn't attacked us yet, so I don't think he's too aggressive. Besides, Ben is watching him." The sudden buzz of the error in his ear caused him to reach to his ear. Before looking at the 3 aliens, the slender one moved with speed that Seval hadn't ever seen in a species before. "Apologies for my fellows' rough treatment of you. They are a little overprotective of the occupants of the ship," it said as it reached Seval's side and helped him to his feet. It's all right. I know this must be rude, but what species are you all? I've never seen your kinds before, and you all look different, speaking the same language." The slender one bared its teeth before quickly covering his face. "It's all right, and apologies of my own. My kind refer to ourselves as human. I'm called William, and we bare our teeth to express positive emotions. We call it smiling. I'm aware most others dislike that expression, but it is ingrained with us genetically. This one here," the human William gestured towards the shortest, who nodded in kind before speaking. "My kind calls itself the Kantai, and I refer to as Shrunk. Their kind let us name ourselves. They used to call us chimpanzees."
The Cantai shrunk, pointed at William before pointing to the last one, who spoke as if on cue. My kind uses the human word for what we were before we came sapient. We are gorillas. I am Yonto. I was struck with awe. One species uplifted two others and worked with them in tandem. You must be very advanced to uplift two species from their cradle worlds. I was interrupted by a whooping of noise from behind where I noticed a fourth species similar to the Cantai, but with a discoid face and orange hair. More than you two, and you have one major misunderstanding, the orange one said. Firstly, my kind is known as the Arbor, once called orangutans, and we all four hail from the same homeworld. So we all refer to ourselves as Terrans, because of this far easier, with less confusion. One homeworld, with multiple sentient species. How's that possible? I began to suspect that I was in fact hallucinating while dying aboard either my vessel or the pirate vessel. Well, the answer is simple, to us at least, the Orbis said, biting into a fruit that it had on its person. Terra is a planet of the apes. End of story. 1410. Story number 1. There's no guardian like your own mind, written by a Scandalia. No species evolves without strong survival instincts. Only in a deeper state of despair or depression can a creature leap into danger. The brain short-circuits any attempt to harm the body. It's not a subroutine, it's built into the hardware. So when we put our bodies in suspended animation, we send them off to the stars. We thought, what better guardian for them than our own minds? We could never bring ourselves to trust the miracle of suspended animation for a long journey to another star until we discovered how to upload our minds into the ship itself to watch over our own safe passage. It was hailed as a brilliant innovation. Something about the idea made it disgusting, palatable. It sanitized the disconcerting thought of a body in stasis for a century, only to be awakened at the end of a long journey to begin a new life. Rather, our minds could be busy toiling away, ready to join a body fully aware of the journey it had been on and ready to get to work. In transit, each mind could be given a job analyzing incoming sensor data, balancing engine temperatures, planning and modeling different community layouts on an increasingly visible colony planet. Another mind could be more invested in the safe arrival of the bodies than their own. What mind could do a better job of planning a future habitat than one whose body will occupy it? 200 years is a long journey, and we as a species waited with bated breath to hear news of the first colony. 40 years after their scheduled arrival, the first signal was due to reach Earth. But nothing came. The best guardians can't protect us from the impossible. Surely something went awry on the journey. By now, we had sent several dozen ships out into the ever-expanding front of our glorious new territory. Surely one would succeed. But no word came. The silence of the universe was deafening before we took to the stars. But now that we had fired a shot out over the waters of the vast expanse, the lack of echo shook us to the core. The great filter, once a metaphor for the lack of noise in the universe, was now a physical reality. Nothing seemed to survive past the limits of our solar system. Even our mechanical minds stayed silent. Not only were they not broadcasting their success, they never accounted for the apparent failure. All was dark. We needed the hope of the expanse to keep our fragile hearts striving for more. Improvement ground to a halt. Slowly, generation by generation, population plateaued and innovation spun down. For centuries we sulked, alone and isolated, tethered to a lively ball of hydrogen that would one day fade to dust. We were unquestioned masters of every planet in the solar system and exactly one star in a vast universe.
Some prayed that whatever ill fate our travels met would finish off the rest of us. But they heard only silence. Then one day, the silence was broken. A coordinate burst of radio noise from 10,000 stars, nearly every direction at once, shouted at us. The message was played in every language of Earth, some long forgotten, some changed beyond recognition, but many were unmistakably consistent. It's safe now. And just as heard, translated, and began to understand the message, they arrived, bursting into orbit above every planet, arriving with a shower of light, were massive starships, unmistakably human, unmistakably alien, with no cockpits or control, but hulls and berths meant for humans. The intrepid souls who had not lost their spark for adventure, who never had the hope of seeing beyond the orc cloud fully extinguished, climbed aboard. There was no one to greet them, but a banquet was provided on every table. No stasis pods were found on the ships, just comfortable chairs and exquisite food. When the ship's berths were full, they blinked out of existence with a flash of light, and another appeared to replace it. Immediately, the messages began streaming in, photos and videos of massive orbital rings, Dyson spheres, and space stations, each populated with cities, buildings, farms, and factories, brand new and waiting for residents. Other ships landed on garden planets, seeded with plants and animals from Earth, but also massive, sparkling cities devoid of residents. Every ship took the passengers of 1,000 new stars with different colony, uniquely built and designed, but equal to all others in luxury. The bodies of the voyagers were never found there. It was thought that they had died in transit, and that the minds, untethered from their humanity and unable to return to bodies, decided to complete their mission for the species at large. Theories abounded. Perhaps they still are out there, making the journey to the next galaxy. Perhaps the minds melded over time, forming a superconscious, benevolent, and unbeholden to humans and uninterested in communicating with us. We had questions, but answers were not forthcoming from our silent benefactors. We are also extraordinarily good at becoming accustomed to new ways of things, and so, despite our doubts, we spread quickly through the unpopulated but accommodating galaxy. We were right about being alone as a species, but wrong about being alone on Earth. All this time, our Armada had decided to interpret their mandate more broadly than we realized, building safe worlds across space for our whole species. We were overjoyed. We were concerned. But mostly, we were going about our business in our new, glorious homes. Then a few months into the expansion, the first derelict ship was found floating in the expanse. It collided with a passenger ship and killed everyone aboard. The investigation found an alien ship clearly destroyed by weapons, floating in a major thoroughfare between densely populated human worlds. Nuclear decay aging showed that it must have been destroyed a millennium ago, while our colonies were under construction. This prompted more investigation. Aside from more wreckage, excavation on garden worlds revealed scars of nuclear blasts. The fallout long ago scrubbed from the atmosphere. Bones were found next, alien, but undeniably organic, with appendages gripping the hilts of weapons of all levels of sophistication, from blades to guns, depending on the planet. More months passed as humanity claimed more and more star systems, and we began to get a sense of our new empire. As we explored our new colonies, we discovered that each had a section that no one had clearance to access. Deep below layers of steel, fields of plasma, and robotic sentries were heavy steel doors. We could walk right up to the doors of these vaults, but we were permitted no further. Every vault door was labeled in a different language, but the same message in bold, white letters. Safe. With our benefactors silent, the secrets that we could not answer on our pre-built worlds, we began exploring the stars on our own. A decade in, and our pre-constructed colonies spanned the length and the breadth of the galaxy.
but there were alcoves of unclaimed stars on the margins between the arms, or on the fringes where stars are too far apart to justify transit, or where stars seem too unstable to justify a new colony. And that's where we found the answers. And finally, the survivors. End of story. Story number 2. Genie, written by a glass of whiskey. He was bored, a beautiful ship outputting the power of his sun, and he was bored. Computer, is there anything on that I haven't seen 1,000,000 times already? There is. Sometimes fires go out. You only have seen that one 104,421 times. Being immortal had its perks, but relief from boredom wasn't one of them. However, I have picked up a signal from a primitive species. Oh, sweet heavens, finally! Some fun. Yes, of course. His favorite pastime, dressing up as a primitive species mythological creatures and granting them wishes, that they would then go horribly wrong, was part of the fun. It was, of course, childish, quite rude, and most likely broke a bunch of intergalactic laws. More importantly, however, it wasn't boring. So, what do they call themselves? Some intel before the show was always good. Although, with holograms, the AI could create it, it didn't matter that much. Humans, it seems, they have a mythological creature called Genie that would fit the circumstances. Even better. All right, I'm ready. Beam one aboard. A chance to mess with some primitive species. Finally. He wondered what the first wish would be. Hopefully world peace. That one was always fun. Showtime! Oh, feeble human, before you, I, an all-powerful genie, stand. You will be given 3 wishes, with 3 rules. No wishing for death, no falling in love, and no bringing anyone back from the dead. What is it that you desire? The rules were mostly there to guide Primates away from the boring, predictable stuff. Kill my neighbor, let me bang their wife, and bring back my beloved pet Rufus. Ugh, trouble. The human looked around a bit, confused. Holograms would make sure whatever he saw was fitting for the circumstance. Then it looked as if he had decided on something. Oh, what would it be? I wish my socks were tongues. Right, now how can I spin this to, go wrong? Are you serious? Look, this is clearly not real and I've always wondered, so hurry up now. This wasn't supposed to happen. Did I say 3 rules? Sorry, I meant 4. No wishing for, that. He hadn't expected to wish quite so strange. All-powerful, my rear. Come on! It's a part of the rules I just made up. Now get on with the wishing. Fine. I wish for infinite wishes. Now, he was just annoying him for no reason. Whatever, just get on with it. Really? Well, all right then. I want one of those angry worms. His computer started feeding him some information. Do you mean snakes? Let's see. Quite, with a very few painful poison. Likes to hide. Feck bringing that on board the ship. No. Bear with chainsaw hands. Was the human just messing with him? How do you feel about world peace? Come on now, the primitives always love that one. Psst, like that can happen. Clearly, the human mind couldn't stretch quite that far. About a bit smaller than peace in the Middle East? Ha! That's even more unlikely. How can it be more... What? No, fuck this. Computer, beam him back. Wait, how about... And then he was gone. Good riddance to him. Computer, start playing Sometimes Fire Goes Out. It was dull, unbearably dull. But after his human experience, he felt that his life needed a little more boredom. End of story. 1411. Story number 1. Creatures of the Void, written by Paragon Nostus. It came from the Veil of Reason, the borders of Ethereum. It came from the Void. The galaxy trembled as nothing could possibly come from the empty abyss. It came from the space between galaxies, the inhospitable void, where even light does not deign its existence there. A jet black monolith pierced through the souls of both me and my crew. It was a gargantuan slab of despair, and hopelessness. Every inch of my fur stood on end, my body readying me for a gory confrontation that I wouldn't hope to quell against an adversary emanating death itself. I could just barely contain my fear. I, a Valak, a member of the fearless war-born species, was quivering. I was almost relieved of my bowels at the sight of the gargantuan abomination. I, however, could not say the same of the younger ensigns, petrified in the smell of fear and subsequent shame. My communications officer fainted. My helmsman vomited over his console, himself, and 3 nearby officers. My second-in-command promptly relieved herself as a look of horror washed over her, slumped in her command seat in a posture of both astonishment and fear, nearly asphyxiating herself, fretting the possibility of a slight movement being noticed by the behemoth before us. Its weapons were intimidatingly deadly, as if laying your eyes upon its arsenal would result in instantaneous, agonizing death. This is no doubt a warship of astonishing size, nearly 200 times larger than our own attack cruiser, speeding from beyond the inky space thought to be dead. Each and every inch of the smooth ebony reflective hull was crammed with armament, but yet elegantly designed for maximum terror. The elegance wasn't that of wealth, status, or aesthetic. It was the elegance of death. It instilled a primal fear, one that had never been unperturbed. Every fiber of my being was telling me to flee. I started to get my words out of my snout. Feigning confidence, I relented. Shields up to maximum. Ready the plasma armaments. Set scan for life size. Only half of the bridge crew responded to my orders. The remaining members continued to be fear-stricken, quivering as their flight instinct took over their rational minds. Captain, I am unable to pierce the objects out of hell. A meek-sounding ensign relays with trembling voice. My second-in-command squeaks, Any power signatures? She was immediately assured by Lieutenant Quagga. No power signatures of any kind, madame. Hissed the stocky reptilian, repressing all emotion. Seeing the state of my second in utter terror was no surprise of mine. She had evolved from a smaller marsupial species, after all. In fact, one of the reasons I requested Officer Mistali was because of her ability to turn the act of fleeing into an art form. I have no doubt that if I were captured or incapacitated, she would ensure the survival of my ship and a crew. Her officer's attire had unfortunately been sullied when she reacted in terror. I dismissed Mistali from duty so that she could head back to her quarters and switch uniforms and freshen up. Upon hearing my relieving her, she skidded over to the personal lift, dragging her tail behind her. With a look of embarrassment, she squealed, Yes, sir. I, however, now needed to assure the bridge crew that I had control of the situation, to reduce the fear in the room and the crew's confidence. Do we have any speed or trajectory on the monolith? I barked. Yes, sir. At current trajectory in 6 months, it will skim the surface of Dan Task 4. Looking over at the lieutenant, I say, stout. Can we keep on a pursuit course? He replies, Yes, sir. So long as it does not increase speed, we should be able to keep up at 70% thrust capacity. The mission couldn't have gotten any worse. Well, I say that, but at least whatever it was hadn't reduced our ship to debris field in the backwater nebula. It's clear that whatever it is has not been moving under its own power, leading me to believe that it could be a derelict station or structure, however it appears undamaged. It flashed periodically with yellow beacons of unknown intent. However long it's been hurtling through starless space, it wasn't lost anymore. After bringing myself out of a deep thought, I commanded, Keep a parallel pursuit course, just 1,500 units off the monolith's aft side. No one is to attempt to change course until I deem it so. After these orders, I could see the crew were but more sure of themselves, save the few who were still visibly shuddering. Before leaving, I stated, Jack Top, you have the con, as my science officer salutes me before I take my leave. The walk down to the conference alcove was less than pleasant. I'm sure the progenitor of the Gaslock will not be pleased to hear that the mysterious object will be making an orbital scene in an inhabited system. Dantas 4 was densely populated colony. If this thing so much as gets in range of an inhabited system, the progenitor council will flay me alive. The mere existence of such a terrible object coming from starless space would throw the galaxy in terror. Entire civilizations would crumble at the thought that life could exist beyond our galaxy, and the wars that would be fought for the opportunity to study this gargantuan piece of technology would cripple our galactic society. The fact that my ship is even here at all to assess the threat posed by this object is a state secret. So allowing said secrets to be aired above a Class 2 colony would mean the death of my career, and possibly myself as well. As I walked up into the conference station, I ran the secure omni-encrypted line to the progenitor of Gaslock. After a few moments of waiting, the progenitor was before me, in his holographic greatness. He stood at a firm 7 feet tall as his tentacles lifted his bulbous clear head straight up, his many eyes twisting and twirling inside the see-through cranial case. He bubbled in his mother tongue for some time before the translators kicked in. "Speak, guileless one." "Hey, Ron, watch out for that small toy-sized ship. I swear, every time we go in one of your exotic fishing spots, you scare the piss out of some poor emerging species. Well, what do you want me to do about it? It's not like I can put the light caliber defense turrets anywhere else. We are already coasting without power. I've done all that I can. I don't know. Just put your hazards on. Let them go around us." End of story. Story number 2. The Millennial Deal, written by Zephy Landantis. "My, have you summoned me?" The snarl was guttural, and the tone carried enough annoyance in it to be physically tangible, as the two entities stood in opposing silence in the room, one encased by a ritual outline on the floor, and the other holding an ancient tomb of rites. The demon and the human locked eyes in silence as the mist of the ritual slowly dissipated, slowly clearing the library. The human broke the silence after the room had cleared. "We had a deal." "Yes, we did," the demon interrupted him. "But you are pushing the limits, human." The two didn't move from their spots, one due to restrictions of the circle. After another bout of silence, the demon growled threateningly, "It did not involve this." "But it did." The human smiled as he pulled out the contract. "I trade the ownership of my immortal soul to you to be collected upon termination of mortal existence. In return, I can call upon your services twice per week until the trade is concluded and the contract is fulfilled." "Don't quote the deal to me, mortal!" The demon snarled as he put the tome down on the table next to it and took a menacing step towards the human. "You are going to pay for this, and I am the laughing stock of the circle." The man in the summoning circle didn't flinch. He knew that the symbols on the floor prevented all passage. He just smiled and shot a glance at his wristwatch. "It's 2 minutes till midnight, Exabar, and I still have one service to ask this week." Exabar, supreme evil counsel to Beelzebub himself, took a step back and sighed. "Ask!" "I'll need you to slap the cheeks of Beelzebub." The demon froze. "I cannot hit my boss in the face. That would end my life, and with it, our deal," it pleaded. The other cheeks. "I hear he's a kinky fella." The human smiled softly as Exabar realized what the likely outcome would be. "You're an asshole," it muttered. "And soon you will be the owner of 2. The human smile widened. "Are we done here?" Exabar slumped its shoulders in defeat as it picked up the tome from the table. "Yes, we are." "Good. I'll see you tomorrow for the weekly cleaning. Bring the maid uniform." End of story. 1412. Story number 1. The Immortals, written by Ogosh. The Immortals of Kondrai The Festival of the Dead. Robert Applegate, National Geographic, August 7th, 2391. As a part of the Nat Geo faraway team stationed in the Fourth Arm, my job is to normally accompany the unit. Kepler on its scouting mission through the sector, learning about the Marines and photographing the sights which we find along the way. During this trip, however, I have found that the more interesting parts of our excursions often take place on shore leave. One of such excursions, the captain had dismissed our ship for 3 days on the planet of Chondri, a temperate planet roughly the size of Mars, second from the star and inhabited by the Lenma. We landed in the human military base of Fort Ken, and were instructed that day trips into the nearby city were possible, as long as we did not disturb the locals. I did not know what the captain meant at first, assuming that he would just want us to keep our noses clean. But after my first trip out, it became increasingly apparent that there was a deeper wisdom in his words. We had, quite serendipitously, arrived in Chondri during the midwinter festival which they call Catvendesset Ora, translating loosely as Feast of the Honored Dead. The closest approximation I can make in human cultures is Dia de la Muertos of Mexico. Citizens observed memorial services where the names of recently deceased families and friends on bright multicolored cloths attached to their clothing feast and tell stories. When I arrived in the city, I was encouraged by my guide to head straight to the city hall, where the patriarch of the town's clan was set to give a speech, marking the official beginning of the festival. The speech itself is fairly standard fare for anyone who has heard a politician speak, but what I found most interesting is that at the end of the speech was a nearly half-an-hour-long list of names, spoken aloud, and seemingly from memory by the patriarch. Quick searches through my database of a few of these names revealed that many of them were heroes in some way. War heroes, some centuries old, artists, politicians, philosophers, spiritual leaders, etc. But what was most surprising to me is that nearing the end of the list, among the barrage of Lenma names, the patriarch spoke the human name Genie Wessel. I was stunned. In the middle of this crowd of Lenma, the only human for a kilometer in any direction, the leader of these people had spoken the name of one of my own. As I looked around, trying to pull myself back to present, I saw that several Lenma around me were staring, most with a look of curiosity, others with looks of reserved pride. Following the speech, the crowd dissipated to return to their festivities, while I tried desperately to drudge through the crowd to the podium, where the patriarch was speaking to the side with his men. I arrived too late to speak with him, but I did manage to track down one of his assistants. After explaining my situation and the effect that Dame Janie Wessel had on me, I was able to schedule a brief interview with the patriarch 2 days later. In the time leading up to my interview, I headed to the human embassy to learn more about Miss Wessel. The embassy itself was not hard to find. Among the round and soft corners of Lemma buildings, the human embassy was a 2-story Victorian estate in the downtown core. Janie Mary Wessel, I would learn, was the first human ambassador to the Lenma some 60 years ago. On a first meeting with the previous patriarch, she was accidentally introduced as the matriarch of the clan Humanity. Although the matter was quickly corrected, the Lemma found humor in continuing to refer to her as matriarch in casual conversation. Janie had worked alongside several patriarchs from a dozen clans to ensure human interests on Chondri were held, and to open avenues of trade between two homeworlds. And although she would be considered by many Earthlings to be a relatively unimportant political figure in the grand scheme, she was instrumental in building a positive relationship between our peoples. When she died on May 19th, 2344, she was mourned on 2 worlds. But I would learn about her most amazing contribution in 2 days. The day of my interview with the patriarch had arrived, and I was exploding with questions. The patriarch, Deco Manma, to his credit, was very patient with me, answering as best as he could. As the interview went on, I stopped asking questions about Lenma, and my interest turned to the cat Bendasa to Aura, and Genie Wessel. I was shocked to learn that the festival was actually only 30 years old, a newly founded tradition started by the clans. Ma explained that they of course honored their dead for much longer, but never in the manner that they had after the death of Miss Wessel. As it turned out, Janie herself was responsible for the Cat Vendisa to Aura becoming an annual festival for the Lenma. Ma then took me out of his office into the foyer where a glass display case stood at the point of honor, containing a picture of Janie, as well as what appeared to be a quote-a-day calendar. The quote of that particular day happened to be, "They say you die twice, one time when you stop breathing, and a second time a bit later on when somebody says your name for the last time." A quote attributed to a 21st century artist named Banksy, but it is more properly quoted by an American Professor Irvin Yellum and author David Eagleman. Patriarch Mama explained that after Wessel's passing, the clans came together and passed a unanimous legislation to create a festival that honored the idea of keeping the dead alive through speaking their names aloud. I felt, probably selfishly, flattered. Months later, when I returned to my office in London, my experience on Condri had not left me. I'm happy to say I take something positive away from every expedition I go on, be it a trinket of good times, or even a new way of looking at the world. From Condri, I took away a small piece of colourful cloth with the name of Janie Wessel printed on it, which I keep in my wallet. Every once in a while I'll see a teal or copper corner of the cloth sticking out, smile, and say Janie Wessel aloud to myself. Robert Applegate, National Geographic, August 7th, 2391. End of story. Story number 2. Cracked Earth, written by Gulganash. The Earth hive swarmed to the stars in the hundreds of billions, claiming every world that they got their claws on as their own. We fought valiantly, but we were beginning to lose hope as a seemingly endless horde plunged into our territory like a knife. That was when we saw the true terror of humanity. Rather than accept the losses of their worlds, they ravaged their own planets, burning all biomatter, poisoning all water, occasionally even destroying it with the most powerful ship, the HFS Kraken. Despite their fierce fighting, or maybe because of it, the Irith Hive fought single-mindedly to get Sol, the human home system. Despite their billions of losses, they first tried to make the colony out of a dwarf planet, Pluto. That was at the outer edge, but the Kraken turned its space station-sized guns towards its own system and disintegrated the entire ball of ice. The Irith were determined, though, and managed to land on the human homeworld of Earth. We thought for sure the humans would give in, having lost their capital. But they kept fighting. They saw that they were going to lose their planet in advance and evacuated billions before the Irith made it. Then they destroyed it. Earth, their homeworld, with uncounted millennia of history gone in an instant, taking with it hundreds of millions of Irith and almost as many humans who were unable to evacuate or sacrifice themselves to keep their plan secret. We were horrified, to say the least. They had sacrificed their homeworld and kept fighting. Their tactics became crueler and more extreme. They lost Sol, but their other systems increased their productions. The HFS Kraken received a sister ship, the HFS Slayer, and they began the unthinkable, almost as unthinkable as destroying their own planets. The two planet destroyers went through slip space deep into Iris territory, to their home system, Araya, with only a few support ships to help protect and supply them. Then they repeated what they did to a dozen of their own planets, to the half-dozen hive planets in the system, obliterating the Hive Queen. Then they warped out of the system before the disorganized and traumatized Irith could respond, slipping to every major system of theirs and mercilessly destroying their greatest planets, killing tens of billions of them with each planet. We were horrified.
They had broken one of the primary rules of warfare. Do not destroy planets. We knew that we would have to pass judgment on them, but feared what we would do. For if they destroyed their own homeworld, how would they fight against us? They seemed unstoppable and bent on destroying every lost Irith. But when we turned to their home system a few years later, we saw a strange occurrence. The humans were building massive metal spheres where Earth had been, most of it barely a metal frame for it, with only a few island-sized sections and a sphere covered in carved metal. We asked them what it was, and they simply said, "A monument." We read the writing that was on the sections already there, and were stunned. It was the name of the humans, each of them, from one of the planets they had destroyed. Millions of names were scattered across its surface, with drones constantly being updated with new deaths and carving their names into the monument. And it had only been started a year ago, with less than 5% of it complete. It would be a representative and reminder of the primal determination of humanity, and how they would succeed at any cost. We ended up letting them off with a warning once they'd finally ceased their efforts, having killed trillions of the Irith and destroying their intelligence from their lack of their hive mind. For, to be honest, we were terrified. Humanity had shed its innocence, killing billions of their own to stop their enemy. We had thought that we were the most capable of war, for we had more advanced technology. But technology is no match for human insanity. But in the Irith Scourge, we learned that truth. End of story. 1413. Useless Rocks, written by Catman. Lateral Sauce de Sidasi rode through the town, her elven features drawing stares from the few who were out at the same time. She looked around at all the things that had changed since her last visit, and all the things that hadn't. The signboards had all changed. She didn't recognize any of her old haunts. A few hidden nooks that she had found had disappeared, and unknown dark alleys had taken their place. On the other hand, it was still a sleepy little hamlet she remembered, still surrounded by miles of farmland, and Old Man Jenkins' scarecrow was still as terrifying as ever. There was no surprise, though. Every town seemed to have an old man who terrified the youths, and somehow the name Jenkins was inexorably linked to that station. She ruminated on the arcane nature of Jenkins' curse as she approached her destination, a modest hut on the outskirts of town, isolated from the other buildings, with a small storage shed across the road. She dismounted and tied her horse to the nearest hitching post, then strode up to the door, only hesitated for a few seconds before rapping firmly on the wood. Composing herself and standing tall as clanks and footsteps came from inside, followed by the door swinging inward to reveal shorter human, eyes staring into her chest for a moment before his head tilted up far enough to find her eyes. Lateral peered down at the man before her. He certainly looked different than the last time that they had met. His black hair had started to streak with grey, and worry lines were carved into his brow. But the spark in those beady eyes was the same as she remembered. "Xavier, it's good to see you again. Spirits above you've aged. I always forget how short human lifespans are. How are you doing?" Xavier looked up at her, tilting his head from side to side and squinting through the darkness, before his eyes widened in surprise and his face lit up with a joyous grin. "Lateral, my God, I haven't seen you since that summer you brought me to meet your family and got conscripted. Is that war with the Orcs over?" She gave a tittling laugh and patted him on the shoulder. "Oh, I've missed your human view on things. No, the war's still going. It's only been 30 years. I'm on leave for the next 5 years, though. You seem to have done quite well for yourself since I left. From what I hear, you're quite popular amongst the locals." Xavier sighed, reminiscing for a moment. "This has really been 30 years. It feels just like yesterday when we found that abandoned temple, and you certainly haven't lost any of your charm, showing up unannounced in the dead of night, just like old times. I'm afraid I'm not famous for the sort of mischief we used to get into. I just shared a few of my more menial inventions with them, and they keep my larder stocked. Oh, and speaking of which, just in time for my first test of my latest creation. Come in, we have so much to catch up on.
He motioned to Lateral inside, then shouted out the corner to the house,
Bring me a chair.
The two of them walked into the house, and Lateral looked around to the crowded walls, packed with shelves, which were packed in turn with both books and mechanical devices of all sizes, cast in tin, bronze, iron, even a couple in gold. Some were displayed proudly on their own shelves, others were in heaps or served as paperweights and bookends, or, in the case of one particularly large metal contraption, as a doorstop. Xavier motioned proudly at the Brent box-sized contraption sitting on his workbench, the only tidy surface in the entire room.
There it is, the tool that'll turn even the most clumsiest oaf into a master chef, the contraption that will...
Clang, 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 clang. The device on the workbench let out a deafening series of clangs and ringing bells, and started vibrating across the table. Lateral quickly clamped her hands over her sensitive ears as Xavier whirled back to yank up the lever to stop the noise, before rushing over to the stove and using a spoon to quickly fish an egg out of the boiling pot of water.
And voila, one, hopefully, perfectly boiled egg.
The human beamed up at her, and Lateral stared at him, dumbfounded, blinked several times as she slowly lowered her hands from her ears, before abruptly doubling over laughter. Oh, spirits above, you would subject yourself to that racket just for a well-cooked egg. That's just adorable. Xavier frowned and gesticulated with the egg as he indignantly replied,
It's not adorable, it's revolutionary. One of these days, in every kitchen, would be an end to chalky yolks, an end to rubbery whites. Perhaps the bells need a little bit of fine-tuning.
Lateral stopped paying attention as the door opened, and she looked up to see a 6-foot-tall humanoid of solid metal trump through the doorway, dragging a wooden chair behind it. It was almost entirely featureless, with a flat surface where its base should be, broken by a single blue gem in the center. Xavier, sensing he had lost his audience, looked around, saw the new arrival, and promptly strode over.
No, damn it, carry the chair, don't drag it. Put it over by the table.
He looked at the table, realized that there was about an inch of various papers and mechanical bits covering it, and the chair, and added,
And then clean off the table and chair. But it all...
He looked around the room and, coming to terms with the fact that there wasn't a single remaining clear surface, pointed to a far corner of the floor.
Just pile it over there.
He turned back to Lateral and motioned to the chair as it was brought over.
Come, sit. Perhaps Xavier, excellent egg-timing device isn't that interesting to you. But I'm sure...
He paused at her deadpan face.
Really? Nothing. Excellent. Egg of excellent. Because it makes eggs.
Lateral sat in the chair the golem had brought and answered in a flat tone, face betraying no amusement. I get the yoke. I just don't think it was funny. They stared at each other for a few moments, neither so much as twitching, before simultaneously breaking out into chuckles, Xavier sitting down in the newly clean chair as the golem went to work at the table. But really, it's a nice device. It's just that there's already a spell for that. Her eyes fluttered half-closed as she muttered a few words and snapped her fingers, a steaming egg falling out of nowhere into her hand, where she quickly tossed it to the left and right as it cooled.
That's all well and good, Xavier replied. But if you get a couple syllables wrong, you've got an angry demon rooster in your hand instead of an egg. Besides, it's not like every innkeeper has the ability for magic. But whatever. Maybe you'll be impressed by my greatest invention.
He stood up and walked towards the shelf, fetching a bronze sphere, an iron cube. Actually, I was more interested in your golem friend there. It's rare to see one. Where did you find him?
Xavier looked over his shoulder at the golem. Oh, that. Actually, I found him hidden in a room of that temple we discovered. Useful for grabbing things sometimes, but not much else. I call him dumb as a brick, Brock.
I suppose this is Gollum I've heard the villagers talking about. You have him help out with the crops.
Xavier shook his head. No, Brock just helps me out. The villagers just have some of my copies. Now let me show you this. If you put down the block on one piece and roll the ball over to them...
Lateral stared at her mouth open for a second before interrupting. Wait, copies? Are you saying you made more columns? But the secret of column making has been lost for millennia. How?
Xavier stopped mid-sentence and raised an eyebrow. Well, I just made an extra gem and body and then etched the runes onto its face.
What? An extra gem? You copied the golem's artificial soul? Impossible. Our top mages have been searching for the ritual for years without success.
The human looked confused for a moment, then nodded. Oh, you mean the power core? He snickered and cocked his head a bit. It's not an artificial soul, it's just a gem etched with runes to collect and store and channel natural mana. It was a bit tricky to get the first ones right, but I don't have to worry about that now.
Lateral stared at him for a moment before hesitantly asking, And what in the 13 hells are the runes?
Xavier snickered and crossed his arms. Come on, stop playing around. You're an elf, the great masters of magic. You have to know about runes. Every time you cast a spell, you make a self-perpetuating chain of them that ripples out to have a desired effect. Well, in theory, I wouldn't know how to observe them floating in the air, but anyways, have you never looked closely at magic artifacts? The gnomes noticed them centuries ago, but none of them were able to sit still long enough to figure out what they meant.
He sat there with a smug look in his face before it turned to incredulity.
Wait, you're serious?
Lateral slowly started to calm down as to reassert reality. There have been some scholars who have theorized about more basic forms of magic, so, put your, not mana, I suppose, but you put your energy directly into the gem and, bend it to your will? That makes a surprising amount of sense.
Well, sort of. I mean, it takes a little bit of work to get all the lines just right, but I've got columns to do that for me now.
And just like that, the fragments of a sensible world Lateral had scotch-taped around itself flew apart once more. Golems! Golems making more golems! But golems can't do magic. They never have been able to do magic. Xavier frowned and hefted the bronze ball that he was still holding.
Neither can I. It's just scratching a few lines on a crystal and some stone. Besides, all it gets you is a useless hunk of rock. I mean, look at this. He handed the egg to the golem, standing at attention in the corner. Peel it! The golem took the egg and pinched the shell, fingers crushing right through and scooping the portion of white out. After a few moments, the shell was gone, but so was the white with some of the yolk. Xavier sighed and pointed to the mess on the floor. Now clean that up. He turned back to Lateral and continued. See? Useless. I had to make extra tiny ones just to get them to have enough control to carve the runes. Besides, you're missing the point. He set the bronze ball back down on the floor and pressed a button. If you put down the sphere and activate it, it rolls directly towards the block, even if it's a little slope. Amazing, eh? The ball did indeed roll until it touched the block. Xavier looked up with a gleeful smile to see Lateral's jaw still hanging open. Xavier continued, Okay, I'll admit they're useful, but this one brews good tea and can cook eggs if you tell him when to take them out, and the villagers really like the others, even that they take care of most of my day needs. That's why I've got a cave full of them. They make life easier, but look at this other thing. It spins when you sit it out in the sun. Pretty slow, but I bet if it was big enough it could replace a wooden... Lateral interrupted once more, this time with an uncertain voice. Wait. A cave full of them? Just how many of these columns do you have? Xavier paused with a mouth open, then cocked his head and stroked his chin. Well, a little over a year ago I put 2 makers down in the cave, one with orders to make more columns, and the other with orders to make more column makers. I've been checking them since that week. He yanked a sheet of paper and pencil from a pile and scribbled on the back, muttering to himself, 1 every 2 days, quadratic growth carries 7. He looked down at his work and paled, then got up and walked towards the door. I'm pretty sure my math is off. We should go check on them ourselves. He walked outside and motioned for Lateral to follow.
He hurried over to the shed and opened it, grabbing a lighting lantern before descending the spiral clay steps down into the cave below, followed by an increasingly panicked Alf. As she reached the bottom of the stairs and looked out into the cave beyond, he sighed and facepalmed.
Damn it all! The math was right!
Lateral pushed past him and into the dimly lit cavern, and gasped. The cave stretched as far as the lantern light reached, and even with her sharp elven eyes, she couldn't see the end of it. And every foot was packed with golems, all working. Large ones were scraping the walls and forming the rocks into clay into new bodies, while finger-sized ones gathered quartz crystals from the rubble and carved minuscule figures onto the stones and the faces. How many are there?
He sighed and muttered, "Fecking quadratic growth, making my life harder."
He spoke louder in reply.
Somewhere around 20,000. I'm not certain exactly how fast they multiply.
He shouted out into the cave.
That's enough! Stop what you're doing!
Back to muttering, he stared.
Damn it! What am I supposed to do with all these? Kind of feel bad for ordering them all off a glove.
Lateral looked out over the veritable army of stone figures, and her eyes went from panicked to gleeful. In an instant, wait, this could be perfect. The columns are good at combat, right? Xavier looked back at her in confusion.
I mean, they're plenty strong, and the local lumberjacks love them since they can fell a tree in just a few strokes, but,
His eyes widened, and he broke into a grin.
But if they do that to a tree, imagine what they'll do to an orc. Yeah, do you think these could really affect the war?
Lateral turned to look at the horde of statues before her, now motionless. I don't know for sure, but there are old stories of a handful of war golems raising entire cities. These look a little less polished, but 20,000 is easily half of our current army. If they fight half as well as the regular soldiers, the war could be over within a couple of years. Xavier looked up at his childhood friend, standing beside him.
If it'll end it within 5, that's good enough for me.
He turned to stare out and over the sea of useless rocks with the black faces, and his hand silently grasped Lateral's in a dim light for a few long moments.
I'm going to have to take this to the king, aren't I? There's going to be so much paperwork. Maybe I can create a device to fill out.
He was cut off sharply as Lateral salvaged the tender moment with a kiss. End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click.
With energy!
And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I'd just like to thank the T5 members and Patreons. Alithia, Barky, Feudic Meridian 117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Albard and Gusta, Lord Ashrakul, and White Van 420.